Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. A man may rid himself of a wife, a house, and all his worldly possessions and flee to the farthest corner of the earth, or even today to the moon. But there remains one tie he cannot sever as long as he lives, his memories. But how far back can man remember? Childhood? Birth? Or do the ties of memory stretch back over a span of years and reach into other places and other times?
I need you, John. I need your love. I have always needed you.
You have me, Ilsa. I'm yours.
Then you remember, John. You remember the old life. And you will return and live that life with me. The only real life, my darling.
You and I in this life are enough for me.
John, darling, the past, present, and future are all one. Look into my eyes. Look deep to find my love and your soul.
Our mystery drama, The Velvet Claws, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Gordon Gould. Man has always sought his heaven on earth. Each of us secretly dreams of some faraway place where we'll live out our lives in quiet contentment, free from the troubles and cares of everyday living. But have you ever thought about what you'd do if you really found such a place? Let me tell you the story of a man who did find such a place and who went from this Shangri-La directly to a psychiatrist.
Dr. Hazard, maybe you can help me find some explanation of what happened to me in that damnable town. There must be some reason why I felt the way I did, and why I saw what I swear I saw.
You'll make it easier for both of us if you started at the beginning.
I'll have to start with the train that took me to the town. It was the hottest day of the year, and without air conditioning, that second-class compartment was like an inferno.
Why were you on the train?
Returning to Paris and Orly Airport, the last leg of my European vacation.
And it was hot.
Sweltering, which was a sensible reason for me to get out of my stifling compartment and walk along the platform. It was then that the idea struck me. It was so extraordinary that I myself was surprised.
And that idea was?
Not to get back on the train, but to stay over where we had stopped and take a different train the next day, when it might possibly be cooler and less crowded.
You'll forgive me if I don't see anything unusual about that.
Oh, you don't know me, Dr. Hazard. My life for 41 years has run on tracks, just like that train. I get up at the same time every morning, eat the same breakfast that my sister cooks for me, catch the same train to the same office, and get home at the same time. I'm an accountant. And I always take my 1-month vacation in the same place. So when I suddenly decided not to get back on the train, I was surprised at myself.
Go on.
Well, particularly because the train was about to start. I ran alongside the train to the window of the compartment where I saw the man with whom I'd shared the compartment. I shouted to him in my bad French to please hand me my valise. To my dying day, I'll never forget the look he gave me. Half warning, half revulsion. But he handed me my bag and shouted a long sentence. I only got the last part, but I'm sure that he was warning me. I remember the last words, which were, à cause du sommeil et à cause des chats.
À cause du sommeil et à cause des chats.
That's it exactly. I think it means because of sleep and because of the cats. I got the strangest feeling that he was trying to tell me not to remain in the town. I'm sorry, but I can't make it any clearer than that.
Well, that'll do. Go on.
Well, Outside the station, I saw it was a very small town. And as I looked around, a taxicab pulled up.
Taxi?
Yes. Can you take me to a good hotel?
There is only one. The inn. They will make you very comfortable.
It doesn't really matter. I'm only going to be here one night.
You might change your mind. Our little town has a way of growing on people.
Do you happen to know what time the train to Paris comes through here tomorrow?
Same time every day. 3:45.
Could I arrange with you to pick me up tomorrow in time to catch the 3:45?
Sure thing.
Good.
But if you happen to change your mind and want to stay a while, all you have to do is tell Madame Duchesne. She runs the inn.
You're quite a booster for this town.
So is everybody who lives here. Here we are, the inn.
What's that racket?
Just cats. People around here keep a lot of them.
Because of the cats, the man had said. Maybe it was those words, or perhaps the cats I'd heard, that fired my imagination, so that my first glimpse of Madame Duchesne, sitting in a chair near the desk, knitting, reminded me of a tremendous cat, a large, fat mouser. She looked up as I entered.
Do you have any other bags?
No, I'm only staying the night. Do you want me to pay in advance?
No, not sensible. You might decide to stay longer.
Whatever you say. Should I sign the register?
It is on the desk. I will get someone to take your bag up.
Well, that won't be necessary. What's this?
The register.
No. My name's down here. It's written here. John Latour. Dr. Hazard, my name was there. Written clearly and spelled correctly. I swear it, Doctor.
I believe you.
Well, can you explain it?
Well, how did Madame Duchesne explain it?
It was the strangest thing. Her voice was soft and running, and it seemed to me as if she were stroking me when she said soothingly,
Gently, young man. It does the blood no good to get so excited in this heat.
But my name's written down here.
Of course it is. That train must have been like an oven, and you must have suffered in all this heat.
How did you know I came by the train?
How else would you have come?
But my name here in the register.
You will feel so much better after you have rested.
Are you telling me that I wrote my name in this register?
What does it matter?
Madame, I'm not suffering from the heat. And I'm not crazy. I never wrote my name in your register. And I intend to find out how my name got there.
And so you shall. After you have had some rest. Dinner is at 6:30. We are very early people here, and we cherish quiet nights.
Peaceful. That's the only word I can think of to describe the way I felt. I felt soothed and stroked like a cat.
Like a cat?
Yes. It's silly, but the warmth and stillness made me feel like purring.
And yet you experienced no feeling of alarm?
Not then. It's hard to remember feelings, Dr. Hazard, although they were very strong at the time.
I was about to propose an experiment. Have you ever been hypnotized?
No.
Do you have any objections if I try to put you under?
I don't think so. But is this part of your usual procedure?
I have used hypnosis where I thought it might help. Can you hear me, John?
I hear you.
It's your first day at the inn. You're in your room. How do you feel?
Peaceful. Quiet. Everything's velvetized.
Velvetized?
Smooth and furry, like the room is fur-lined.
And you're going down to dinner?
Not yet. First, I want to take a walk in the town. It's just after sunset, and dusk is covering the quiet, peaceful streets.
Are there any people?
Oh, yes. Men and women all busy and paying no attention to me. No, that's wrong. They're watching me. Closely. Very closely. Ignoring me is all a sham, a pretense. They're watching me.
You discover this right away?
No, not right away. Not till after I sit down.
Where? Where did you sit?
On top of the wall of the old fortifications. I can see down into the valley. Almost the whole town lies below me in the last of the sun. And there's music. The music is strangely beautiful. It has a definitely feline quality. Now and again, I even hear the plaintive meow of a cat. But somehow, it belongs. Suddenly, the music stops. I'm hungry, and I remember Madame Duchesne telling me that dinner was at 6:30. I feel it's important to please her. I don't know why, but I do. And I start back to the inn.
Hurrying back?
Oh, no. No one ever hurries. I stroll back. And my eye is caught by a small porcelain figure of a girl in a shop window. The porcelain figure of the young girl in the window. How much is it?
I do not know exactly.
You don't know?
You see, monsieur, the price varies depending on the customer. You might be able to buy that figure at a ridiculous low price.
Oh, come off it. You already know I'm interested. You don't have to give me any phony sales pitch. How much is it?
Please. How can you believe that I would play tradesman's games with you, monsieur? Oh, no. Never with you.
Look, I don't want to be late for dinner. How much?
35 francs.
Well, that seems a bit high.
It is a beautiful porcelain. But seeing who you are, I might let it go for 25.
And just who do you think I am?
Excuse me, monsieur, but my cat is hungry.
Well, the cat can wait.
I am sorry, but we do spoil our cats here. So I will allow you to examine the little figure, and if you want it, just leave 25 francs or whatever. The price is not important.
And he disappeared into the back of the shop. All at once, I was afraid. Afraid of the quiet, dark shop. Afraid of the porcelain figure in my hand. It's so quiet, and yet I sense with every fiber of my being that there's activity, intense activity going on around me. I can't hear it, and I can't see it, but it's there, and it's sinister and dark and disturbing.
John! John Latour.
What? Oh, Dr. Hazard. I was under, wasn't I? Did you learn anything?
Something was beginning to disturb you. I didn't like what was happening, so I brought you back.
I don't remember anything.
You were in a shop looking at a statuette of a girl.
Oh, yes. Yes. That crazy old man mistook me for someone else.
Did you ever find out who he thought you were?
Not then. I went back to the inn, had a good dinner, went to bed. And the next day, I was out in the courtyard waiting for the taxi driver to pick me up. I kept getting more and more nervous as the time passed, and he didn't arrive. Madame Duchesne kept assuring me he'd be there in time for me to catch my train. I remember my relief when I heard the car coming. Why are you so late?
Up right in, monsieur. I will have you at the station in no time.
Didn't you cut a little fine?
Nothing to worry about. You will be waiting on the platform when the train pulls in. Although I must admit I am surprised. I thought you would decide to stay over.
I know you did. I told you I wouldn't.
So you did.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Just the engine acting up. I will take a look under the hood and have her running in a moment.
Are you sure you have enough gas?
I had a full tank this morning. There is no need for you to get out, sir. I can fix it.
There's the train. Get my bag.
Not too much use in that. You could never make it walking.
Well, can't you fix it?
I am afraid not. It looks like my battery is gone.
You mean I'm going to miss the train?
Today's train. There will be another one tomorrow.
But I wanted to...
Why don't you walk back to the inn and stay over one more night? I will bring your bag after I get this thing moving.
Missing a train is always an unsettling experience. But when that missed connection forces you to return to a town seemingly possessing a secret life, where the townspeople seem intent on spinning some soft, invisible web to catch and hold you, then the simple fact that you've missed a train takes on overtones of terror. I'll be back in a moment with Act Two. When asked the question, "How was your vacation?" many of us give the standard answer, "Great. All I need now to recover is another vacation." However, in our tale, when John Latour returned from his vacation, he felt he needed a psychiatrist. And not just an ordinary run-of-the-mill doctor, but a specialist in the extraordinary. A man Latour hoped would be able to find a semblance of sanity in the strange and sinister events that befell him in the tiny French town of Roanne.
Dr. Hazard, it's difficult sitting here to do justice to the emotions that tore at me as I walked back to the inn after missing the train. A mixture of rage, curiosity, and surprisingly, relief.
Can you tell me which was the strongest?
No, I can't.
Well, now let's try to sort them out. You were angry because you thought you'd been tricked into missing the train.
I didn't think, I knew. That taxi driver's battery was fine. He deliberately...
All right. We'll assume that was so. Now, why curiosity?
Everyone seemed to know me. Why? Who did they think I was? I felt very strongly that I had to do something. Had to make a decision.
And last you mentioned relief.
Yes. In a strange way, I was happy to be going back to the inn. But I didn't go directly. I don't know why, but I decided to go back to the shop where I'd seen the porcelain figure I liked.
Ah, monsieur, welcome back.
I'll take the statuette now. I've decided to buy it.
Oh, I am so sorry. It is sold. Perhaps there is something else.
I don't believe you.
Monsieur does not mean that. Monsieur knows that I would never lie to him.
Why not? Well, don't just shrug your shoulders. I asked you a question. What's so special about me?
Monsieur should know that there are others who can answer that question better than I.
Who?
For one, the King of Cats.
The King of Cats? Are you kidding?
Or the Queen, monsieur. The Queen.
When I returned to the inn and passed Madame Duchesne's knitting placidly in the courtyard, I had the strangest feeling that this big woman might leap upon me when my back was turned, and with a single blow break my neck as if I were a mouse. At any rate, nothing happened. And as it was growing dark, I went up to my room to wash before dinner. There were no lights in the hall to my room. There was a sharp turn just before my door, and as I put out my hand to feel my way, my fingers touched something that moved.
Terrifying?
Strangely enough, no. What I touched was soft and warm, indescribably fragrant, and about the height of my shoulder. It reminded me somehow of a furry, sweet-smelling kitten. But I knew it wasn't, because I heard the rustle of skirts and then footsteps as whatever it was slipped past me and was gone.
And then you realized it was a woman.
A girl. And, Doctor, I felt... I can't tell you how or why, but I felt she had kissed me full on the lips. And I liked it.
There's nothing strange about that reaction.
For me, Doctor, I'm 41 years old, and as you know, a bachelor, living a very ordered existence. Believe me when I tell you that that kiss, if it was a kiss, set my veins on fire. But that was nothing compared to what happened when I went down to dinner.
Monsieur, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ilse, Madame Duchesne's daughter. I hope you are enjoying your stay with us.
You can hardly call it a stay, mademoiselle. I've been here only one day, and I leave tomorrow.
Oh, but Monsieur must not leave so soon. I promise Monsieur will be well looked after.
You make me wish I could stay longer, but...
Oh, you must. There are so many things Monsieur has not seen yet in our little town.
Isn't it strange? I have that feeling, too.
Oh, then it is settled. You will stay.
Why do I feel that not only you, but everyone else is interested in me? Why do all of you find me so interesting?
Monsieur has only to look inside himself for the answer.
Don't think I haven't. But I'm still baffled.
Then I shall help you find the answer. Tomorrow. Look. From the top of this wall, you can see the whole town. Oh, is it not beautiful?
You're beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Look, you see that old house there?
Yes, it seems abandoned.
It is. That is where my family lived many years ago.
Oh, and that big aristocratic-looking mansion. Who lives there?
Oh, no one now. But that was my mother's house, also years ago.
What happened to make your mother decide to abandon a great house like that?
Oh, this wasn't always the quiet little town you see now. It was full of tourists and townspeople. But it was the ignorance of the people that made it as you see it now.
Ignorance?
You see that large square over there to your right?
Yes.
That was where they burned the men and women the ignorant called witches.
Witches? There were witches here?
So many people believed years ago. And after they burned many good people, the town died with them.
And now it is peaceful, quiet.
Precisely. And there are many of us who think perhaps it is better this way. My mother enjoys running the inn.
And you?
Oh, I adore it. After all, how else would I have met you?
Well, that smoke from the burning leaves.
Smoke?
Over there. See? Watch and you'll see some flames now and then.
Oh, no.
Maybe if we got closer, we could smell it. It's one of the most delightful scents in the world.
No, run. Come quickly. Run.
What's the matter?
No, hurry. We must run.
Ilse, wait a minute.
Wait.
Ow! My ankle.
Can you get up? Can you walk at all?
I don't know. It's twisted pretty badly.
We must get you back to your room.
And, of course, you believe that the injury to your ankle was no accident.
What do you think, Doctor?
Did the charming Mademoiselle Ilse nurse you as she promised?
I don't know whether you could call it nursing, but she kept me ceaselessly under observation. She was always there, always quiet, always restful, but everywhere at once. I was continually meeting the stare and laughter of her great eyes. She always made me conscious of her female presence.
Mm-hmm. How did you feel about it?
Delighted and terrified.
Why terrified?
Because she seemed to sum up in herself all the strange, hidden forces that operated so mysteriously in the town. She had those marvelous, graceful, feline movements, going smoothly, silently to and fro. Then my ankle was healed enough for me to get around.
Oh, but it is wonderful. You are well, and you walk again.
Almost. Let's say I can hobble around.
Enough, perhaps, to come down to the dining room?
Would you be very angry if I told you that I could have gone to the dining room yesterday?
Oh, Why should that make me angry?
Because I made you bring my meals here to my room.
That does not make me angry, but happy.
Because you enjoy waiting on me?
Only partly. It is more because you have not mentioned leaving, even though you are well enough to walk. Admit that you find it difficult to leave here.
I'll admit that and more. I'm finding it difficult because you are my nurse.
And you also like our little town, no?
I'm enchanted with it. And enchanted with you.
I am happy you have decided to stay.
You're going too fast. I didn't say I'd stay.
Oh, you still have not come to a decision?
Well, it's not easy to decide. If you're asking what I think you're asking.
Which is?
Not just to stay for a while, but to stay permanently.
And that is difficult?
Surely you ought to understand that you're asking me
Then we must all try together to help you come to a decision. The right decision.
We can't always choose our enemies, but we do have the choice when it comes to our friends. I can almost hear someone quip, when you make a girl like Ilsa your friend, you won't need enemies. But who is Ilsa? And what is she? An enemy of John Latour? Or is she to be his salvation? I'll return with the answer and Act 3 in a moment. The hero of today's story, John Latour, fell in love with a strange, beguiling French girl in a small French town he'd never even heard of. The trouble with John Latour was that at the same time he loved, he feared, and yet he didn't know what it was that made him afraid. He hoped to find an answer from psychiatrist Dr. Kenneth Hazard.
And now I come to that afternoon, Doctor. The afternoon when, for the first time, Ilsa gave me a glimpse of the dark and secret life of the people of Rouen.
Yes?
I think you're going to find what I'm going to say incredible.
Well, why don't you try me?
We were walking again, along the ruined ramparts. We stopped, I don't remember why, but I remember leaning across the ramparts with Ilsa close beside me. Ilsa, you don't know how much these past few days have meant to me, how much you mean to me. I look at you, and it's as if my eyes were open for the first time. You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
You do like me, then?
You know I do.
If you like me, you must also like what I do and what I belong to.
Belong to?
You must take part in our real life. You will come back to us.
Come back?
The past, present, and future are all one, John.
What is this real life you speak of?
The old life of long ago. The life to which you too once belonged, and to which you still belong.
Why do your words make me think of death?
Not death, my love, but the past.
With this old life, what was it?
Our life. The life we led once before and will again. The life you came back to and do not wish to leave.
But I did want to leave. I tried to go, you know that.
I know, but I have the spell to hold you. The spell of old love. I can make you live with the old life with me, because the force of the ancient tie between us is irresistible. I mean to have you, for you love me and are utterly at my mercy.
Ilsa, this is nonsense. I came to this town wholly by chance.
No, you came because I called you. I have called to you for years, and you came with the whole force of the past behind you. You had to come, for I own you and I claim you.
No one owns anyone else.
Come close and look into my eyes. Look deep, my love, for the truth lies in my eyes. you see?
I see forests and mountains and caves. And I see you. I see you wonderfully clear. You have leaves in your hair, and you are dressed in rags, but still beautiful. How beautiful.
Go on. Keep looking.
I see flames and smoke. You're dancing before some altar, and there's a figure on the altar. There are others. They're dancing too, and all looking at you with hotly desirous eyes. But you're only looking at the man you're dancing with.
And who is that man?
It's me. I'm dancing with you. I'm your partner.
And now you have seen me and us together. Now you have seen the past, and you understand everything.
No, I don't understand.
In the life you saw in my eyes, I am a princess.
A princess?
And my mother is a queen. And now you may kiss your princess. You have not forgotten how to kiss. I will show you. I, too, have not forgotten.
I knew I had to escape. I ran back to the inn, hoping to reach my room unobserved. But the hall wasn't empty. A large, dark thing lay against the wall to my left. When it moved, I thought it was a cat. But then it rose straight up before me, and I saw it was Ilse's mother.
Monsieur has decided then? That is well. I am content. Here, give me your hands.
My hands?
But of course, for the dance. We go this night to celebrate. Ilse, come to us. Come quickly.
And suddenly, Ilse was there, and we joined hands, and we danced some steps that seemed oddly and horribly familiar to me. Ilse was dressed in rags, as I had seen her before. And then others were there, all dancing. And I heard voices crying, "To the Sabbath! To the Sabbath! On to the witches' Sabbath!" And suddenly, Ilse's mother shouted,
It is time! It is time, and we must go!
They released my hands, and I found myself alone in the hall.
Yes? Now you're alone in the hall of the inn. And what happened then?
Well, I decided to go to my room and lock myself in. I thought I would be safe there. After I'd locked the door, I went to the window and peered out, trying to see what was going on. All around me, the windows of the rooms I thought had been unoccupied were opening, and human forms were dropping from them into the courtyard. But once they were in the yard, they fell upon all fours, and in a split second, they changed into huge, silent cats.
Which amazed you.
No, that's just it. It was familiar to me. I remembered it all. I remembered that it had happened just like that hundreds of times before, and that I myself had been part of it. I knew that if I stayed, I was lost. I knew that with a dreadful certainty. So I unlocked my door and tiptoed downstairs. They had all gone.
Well, didn't you think it strange that they should have left you there alone?
Very. I couldn't believe I was forgotten. I moved as quickly as I could through the courtyard into the rampart wall. I couldn't resist climbing to the top, because I knew from there I would get a view of the surrounding countryside. And when I reached the top of the wall, I was transfixed by what I saw in the valley below. I saw countless moving forms drifting between the trees. And overhead, flying shapes in the sky.
And you knew what those shapes were?
The townspeople, flying on their way to the witch's Sabbath.
I see.
As I stood balanced on the top of the wall, a large animal darted swiftly across the open courtyard behind me, and then, with a flying leap, landed on top of the wall next to me. My heart gave a great leap, and I could feel it thudding against my chest. It was Ilsa.
See, my love. See where they await us. The woods are alive. Already the great ones are there, and the dance will soon begin. The salve is here. Anoint yourself and come.
And my memory stirred with the pungent smell of the salve she'd smeared over her. A smell that was curiously attractive and revolting at the same time.
Transform. Transform. Rub well your skin, you fly. Come with me to the Sabbath. The terrible sacraments are prepared. The throne is occupied. Anoint and come. Ah, Satan is there. Satan has come. We will worship and dance till the moon dies and the world is forgotten. Here, let me anoint you.
Oh, it burns. Wait.
It is sweet fire, my love.
No. Let me think a minute. It's been so long.
Oh, my. No time, my love. He waits. Come.
Suddenly, intuitively, I knew what I had to do. I had matches in my pocket, and I struck one and set fire to the leaves lying against the wall. I heard the scream of the flames licked upward.
Foolish luck. Do not think you can escape. Remember, you vowed to be mine forever, centuries ago. Mine.
I know I never returned to the inn, but how I got back to this country, I don't remember. All I know is that I'm here, and I'm frightened.
Of what?
Demons, Doctor. The demons Ilsa unleashed in me. Can you help me fight them? Will you?
Before we can talk about fighting, we must understand exactly what it was that happened to you. Whether or not this wasn't just a vivid dream.
Dream! Look at this mark on my shoulder. Let me open my shirt so you can see it clearly.
Yes, I see a faint reddish mark.
Yeah, well, that's where Ilsa rubbed me with the salve. That should prove it wasn't a dream.
Well, what do you think it was?
Well, that's why I came to you. It was no dream. Can you offer any other explanation?
Perhaps. Have you ever read any books about witchcraft in the Middle Ages?
Never.
Then there would be no way of your knowing that in the year 1700, the town where you stayed had been a sort of headquarters for all the sorcerers and alleged witches of the entire region. After trial and conviction, they were burned there by the score.
That's what Ilsa said.
Including 2 women, a mother and a daughter.
So, Ilsa and her mother could have been...
Could have been what?
I don't know. How did you find all this out?
I've been doing a lot of research. I've discovered that the inn you stayed at was built upon the very spot where the funeral pyre stood. The pyres that burned the witches.
But how does this apply to me?
Well, one of 2 things is true. Either you're a man who's extremely sensitive to atmosphere and auras of places and people, and because of this sensitivity, you dream...
I told you it wasn't a dream!
Or, and this possibility is fascinating, you and Ilsa and her mother were somehow in that time long ago tangled up in the events that took place there.
Are you suggesting I'm a reincarnation of some 18th century warlock?
No. I'm not suggesting anything. You see, we have evidence that some people under hypnosis can recall events and people and conversations that took place centuries ago, and you may very well be one of those.
And how do we find out?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure we can, but I'm interested enough to give it a try. I'm going to visit your little town and answer some questions of my own.
And what do I do?
I'll be back in a week. Meanwhile, you sit tight. And I urge you, on no account can you go back to Europe, because it could be dangerous.
Ah, yes. I remember Monsieur Latour. I trust he is well.
Oh, he's all right? How's your daughter?
Ilsa is well also, thank you. Did Monsieur Latour speak of her?
Oh, yes, he did. Madame, can you tell your impression of Monsieur Latour?
Most certainly. He seemed a very strange and absent-minded gentleman. And frankly, after his disappearance, I feared he had met with some kind of violence in the neighboring forest. Tell me, is he planning on returning next summer?
No, I don't think so. I doubt if he will ever come back.
And I think you are wrong, Dr. Hazard. I feel that he will return.
Dr. Hazard?
Hello, Doctor. This is John Latour. I know we had an appointment as soon as you got back, but I'm calling to cancel it.
Well, when do you want to make it?
I don't know. I owe you an apology, Doctor,
An apology for what?
for wasting your time. I really believe that it was all just a bad dream. At any rate, I won't be able to make another appointment for a while because I'm calling from the airport. I'm off to Europe in half an hour. I'll drop you a line from the old inn at Rouen when I get there.
Unfortunately, Dr. Hazard never heard from John Latour again. When John returned to the ancient inn, he might have discovered that his whole previous experience was a flight of the imagination, and nothing ever really happened. Or perhaps he married Ilsa and lived, as we hope, happily ever after. I'll be back shortly. We've all had the experience of coming to a place and finding it strangely familiar. In fact, we're sure we've been there before. We try to dredge up memories which would help us recall the reasons for us thinking we'd been there. After this tale, maybe some of us will be happy to let our memories remain cloudy and our subconscious happy. Our cast included Gordon Gould, Arnold Moss, Evie Juster, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre, presented by Camel Cigarettes. And it is the sentence of this court that you be hanged by the neck until you are dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
No, I neither expect nor solicit belief for this wild story. I would be mad to expect it yet. Mad I'm not, and very surely I do not dream. But while there is still time, I don't know why, I feel compelled to report a series of mere household events and their consequences. These events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Perhaps some are more calm, more logical, but certainly far less excitable than I will be able to explain them. I cannot. I can only tell you the facts, and that I have to do today because tomorrow I die.
Each week at this time, Camel Cigarettes bring you Peter Lorre in the excitement of the great stories of the strange and unusual, of dark and compelling masterpieces culled from the four corners of world literature. Tonight, Edgar Allan Poe's immortal American classic, The Black Cat.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre, brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. Give your T-Zone the experience of enjoying a Camel. And see if you don't join the millions of other smokers who say, Camels suit my T-Zone to a T. Your T-Zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, is your true proving ground for any cigarette. See if Camel's rich, full flavor isn't a delightful experience for your taste. If Camel's cool mildness isn't more than welcome to your throat. Try a Camel.
No, believe me, there was nothing, absolutely nothing in my childhood which forecast the terrible events that were to come. No, as a child, I was very gentle. I got along well with everyone, but most I liked animals, yes. All kinds of animals. And then I married quite young, and I was very happy to find that my wife shared my feelings. Very soon we had quite a collection. Oh, we had birds and goldfish. We had a dog and some rabbits, and we had a cat. I'll never forget the day my wife brought it home. Hello. You're home so early.
Look, Charles, look. Look what I brought.
Oh, look at it. Oh, the little kitty. Where did you get it, darling?
Oh, the poor little thing. Some dogs were chasing it, and I just rescued it in time.
Yes,
it was so frightened.
Yes, but it isn't frightened anymore.
Oh, it seems to love you, Charles. Then that's not strange. All animals do.
Yes. Nobody's going to hurt you, kitty, no. How about some milk, huh? Yes. There, you see? Oh, he must have been very hungry.
Yes.
Hey, what's your name, huh?
I don't suppose he has a name. He is so young. I don't think he belongs to anybody.
Well, then we have to give him a name.
You mean we can keep him?
Keep him? What are you talking about? He has no home. We can't turn him out in the streets, can we?
Oh, Charles, I was hoping you'd let him stay.
Of course, but he must have a name. Yes, let's see. Oh, yes, black. Yes, all black. Beautiful. Not a single white mark. Oh, I have it. He's as black as the devil. Let's call him Pluto. Huh? Yes, we'll call you Pluto. Well, Pluto grew up to be a remarkably beautiful cat, and of all the animals in our house, he became my favorite and my playmate, yes, and until it all changed, yes, and as the years went on, my character suffered a radical change, and everything changed. Huh? Wife? Well, I'm ashamed. I hate to admit it. Through intemperance, yes, through intemperance. And then as drink became more and more necessary to me, I became more and more moody and irritable.
Where are you going?
I don't have to tell you where I'm going.
Oh, Charles, what's happening
What
to
do you mean, what's happening to me?
Well, you never used to go out every night to those vile
Please
places.
stop nagging. Stop it. I go out because I can't stand listening to you. Nag all day long.
I don't know what's come over you.
There, see? Why don't you learn from Pluto? It's only a cat. He doesn't ask me where I'm going. Yeah, that's right. You never do, no. Come here, Pluto. Yes, I like it. Come here.
Be careful, Charles. Don't pick him up like that.
I'm
Don't, you're
not
hurting him.
I never hurt him. Ouch! He bit me. You devil. I'll show you.
Don't, Charles, don't.
I'll show you, beast! Yes, I hate to admit it, but I was so furious I kicked Pluto, and I kicked him again and hard, and the next morning I saw that his ear was torn, and I was filled with remorse for what I'd done. From then on, Pluto ran away in terror whenever I approached, and that in turn made me more and more irritated, and in the end it was sheer perverseness, nothing else, yes. Sheer and unexplainable perverseness that made me do what I did. Yeah. I blush to admit it, but one morning I strangled the poor animal. Yeah, I killed it only because I knew that it had loved me and because it had given me no reason for offense. No, I'm offering no excuse. I'm only recounting what happened. Well, in the evening, I went to the inn as usual, and I came home very late, and I fell fast asleep with my clothes on. Then I was awakened suddenly. Hey, what's the matter here?
Charles, wake up. Charles!
What's the matter?
There must be a fire.
Yes,
I smell smoke.
Good heavens, it's our house.
Oh.
Our house is burning. Come on, darling, come. We'll be trapped. Come on, hurry up. Quick. Oh, the stairs are on fire. Everything.
I can't.
Don't talk, sweetheart. Perhaps I can get you through the flames. Don't breathe, darling. Here's the front door. Here. We made it. We're safe.
Oh, Charles. Look, our house.
Hey, anybody else in there?
No. Nobody else.
It's just as well. Never could get them out now. Are you the owner?
Yes. That was our house.
Well, you haven't got much left then. We can't save it now.
Stand back, everybody. The roof's going to fall in. Stand back. There it goes.
Well, it's down now.
Funny, nothing is left but that one wall in the middle.
Look at it.
What about it?
Well, look at it on the wall.
Hey, that is strange.
What are you talking about? What's strange?
Oh, there on the wall. It's still standing.
Marks on the plaster.
Marks? What marks?
What's the matter? You blind? Right up there in the wall, that black figure.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like a cat.
Yeah, it does. The smoke must have done it, but it certainly does look like a cat.
What looks like a cat?
There, and it's got one floppy ear.
Who's got a floppy ear?
Funny. That's really funny.
Funny, huh? It's not funny. It is not funny at all, you hear? I know what it is. You know who it is? Yes, it's Pluto. I recognize him. Yes, there, see? His ear is torn, huh? Oh, you beast. That hideous beast. It's come back to haunt me. Leave me alone. You hear? I can't stand it. I can't.
Get some water, somebody. This man's fainted.
Mr. Peter Lorre will bring us the climax of tonight's Mystery in the Air when Camels present Act 2 of The Black Cat.
Ask a champion the secret of his success, and no doubt you'll get the same answer every time. Experience is the best teacher. Take Rose Gould, for instance, featured aerialist of Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus. Miss Gould says it took experience to teach her that famous 75-foot dive into space. Mildred O'Donnell, diving champion, thanks experience for her crown. Yes, they all learn from experience, just as smokers everywhere learn from experience about cigarettes. Back in the days of the wartime cigarette shortage, millions of smokers tried brand after brand, smoked whatever they could get. And that experience made people experts in judging the differences in cigarette quality. That was when so many people discovered that Camels suit their T-zones to a T. That Camels give them the rich, full flavor and the cool mildness they've always wanted. As a result,
more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel yourself.
The Black Cat is dead, killed by its master. The house is burned to the ground, with everything in it completely destroyed. Now the scene is the almost deserted, candle-lit tap room of a local inn.
Don't you think you'd better go on home, sir? It's getting late.
Home, huh? You should see the terrible place where we're living now.
Yeah, I heard you lost everything in that fire.
Lost everything, yes. I lost everything. I lost my house. I lost everything.
Well, how about that black cat of yours you used to talk about all the time?
Huh?
What was his name?
What was his name? Pluto.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Pluto's gone, too. Oh, I tell you, I miss him. I miss him very much.
And if you miss him that much, why don't you get another cat?
Give me a drink.
It's getting pretty late, sir. I mean, well, won't your wife be expecting you?
Give me a drink.
Yes, sir. I'll have to fetch another bottle.
Why don't I get another cat, huh? That's what you said. Well, why don't I? No reason I shouldn't. There's no reason to be in the deeps of despair just because of a cat. If I get another cat, maybe I'll be able to forget her. What's that? Oh, there's a cat now. Yes, it's sitting on top of the table. Black cat, huh? That's strange. I've been staring at that table for 5 minutes. I could swear there was no cat on it. Anyway, where did you come from, huh? Oh, you're a beautiful cat, yes. You're just as black as Pluto. Yeah, except you got a splotch of white on your chest. Yeah. That's right, yeah. Oh, yes, come sit on my lap, huh? Oh, yeah. Kitty, yes, you're a nice kitty. You're a nice cat.
Yeah.
I like...
Here you are, sir.
Where did this cat come from?
Cat? Oh, yeah. A big one, isn't he? I don't know where it came from. Or how it got in, either, for that matter. Never seen it around here before.
Don't know what it belongs to?
No. No, as far as I'm concerned, it belongs to you if you want it. Can't keep it here. My wife doesn't like cats, especially black ones.
Don't like cats, huh? How stupid. Say, I want it. Yes, I want it very much. I'll take it home with me right now.
Charles, this is such a wonderful cat. Just since last week, it's made itself so much at home. Oh, you'd think it had lived here always.
Yes, I've noticed that.
It reminds me so much of Pluto.
Yes, but this one has a patch of white on its chest. Don't forget that.
Yes, that's right, dear. But I can't help wondering. I wonder what ever became of Pluto. He disappeared the day of the fire.
I know he disappeared, and... well, maybe he knew the house was going to burn down.
Oh, see how it loves you. It's rubbing against your leg, just the way Pluto used to.
Pluto! Stop talking about Pluto!
Darling, I didn't mean anything.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dear. I always talk about how much this new cat resembles Pluto. It just makes me even nervous. Look, actually, there's hardly any resemblance at all, really. Except that they're both black. This one has a white patch on its chest and...
Oh, the poor thing. Charles, look, his ear is torn.
Huh?
See?
What?
Here under the fur. Oh, I never noticed that before.
Neither did I.
Why, it's just the way Pluto's... I mean...
Go ahead, say it. It's torn, yes. Just the way Pluto's ear was torn when I kicked him, huh? That's it, isn't it?
Well, he must have been in a fight or something. But it's curious we didn't notice it.
Curious, huh? You have no idea how curious it is. No idea. Get that cat out of my sight.
Charles, you're mad.
Get it out.
How can you act that way about a poor dumb animal?
Take it
Especially
out
one
of
that
here.
loved you so much. Oh, now you've frightened it, dear.
Away from me, you hear me?
The way you talk, anybody'd think you don't even like the poor
Like
cat.
it, huh? Like it. I hate it. I tell you, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Yes, in a short time the cat had been with us. I'd come to look upon it with unutterable loathing. Why, I don't know, yet the more I hated it, the more affectionate it acted toward me. Wherever I went, it followed. Whenever I sat down, it would spring upon my knees and cover me with its loathsome caresses, as if this were not enough. The white patch on its chest, which originally it had been very indefinite in shape, but gradually it assumed a very definite outline, yes, the unmistakable and ghastly shape of the gallows. A terrible engine of horror, of agony, and of death. I longed to destroy the beast, but I was prevented by an absolute, unreasonable dread. I was sure I was losing my mind.
Charles, are you going out again?
Yes, I'm going out. I don't know when I'll be back.
Oh. Before you go, do you suppose you...
Why, what is it?
Will you help me bring up some wood from the cellar?
Why do you always want more wood?
The house is cold. You know I haven't been feeling well. I'm not strong enough to carry it myself.
Strong enough. All right, come on, I'll help you. You might have thought of this before.
Look out!
What? Oh, that's Cat. That's that beast again. It's always under my feet. It tried to trip me on the stairs.
Oh, no, I'm sure it did.
I'll get rid of that beast once and for all. I'll get...
Charles! Put down that crowbar.
Get out of my way.
No, stop.
I say get out of my way. Let go of my arm.
Please, Charles, you
let
know
go
what
of
you're
my
doing.
arm. Are you going to let go?
Oh, please.
I said let go. Oh. Why didn't you let me go? Yes, she had fallen dead without a groan. My blind rage against the cat, I'd struck my wife and killed her. Well, nothing I can do about it now. All I could do was to set myself to the task of concealing the body. Yes, I thought and I deliberated, and then it occurred to me that, yes, in the Middle Ages, they used to wall up their victims, and I determined to do the same thing. Yes, behind the wall in a cellar. I managed to dislodge a section of bricks near the chimney, and in a hole behind them I propped the body. Then I carefully laid the bricks back in their original position, and when I had finished, no one could have told that the wall had been disturbed at all. Well, I could say to myself triumphantly, here at least, my labor has not been in vain. My next step, then, was to look for the beast that had been a cause of so much misery, but then I became aware that it had completely disappeared. 3 days passed, and still my tormentor did not appear. Oh, it's impossible to describe or to imagine the deep sense of my relief. For the first time in months, I slept, yes. I slept. Even with a burden of murder on my soul. Yes, some few inquiries were made about my wife's whereabouts, and a search of the house was conducted, but nothing was discovered. Oh, I finally could look upon my future secure. Yes?
Good day, sir. Sorry to disturb you again, sir.
Oh, it's you, Sergeant. Is there anything I can do for you?
Well, they're still puzzled about your wife's disappearance.
Puzzled, huh? Well, so am I.
Well, some of her friends have been around at the police station.
What's that got to do with me, huh? You've already searched the house twice. What do you want?
Well, I know, sir, but, well, the captain sent me and the constable here to look around just once more, to be sure there's no clues been overlooked. This will be the last time, sir. Only a matter of routine. We won't bother you again.
All right. Come in.
Thank you, sir. Come on, Joe. Right.
Where would you like to look first?
Well, we might as well begin with the cellar.
Cellar, huh? All right, yes. Right down these steps. I'll come with you.
Yes, I always say searching a house is like getting ahead in the world. You start at the bottom.
Yes, I see. It's very funny.
Well, come on, Constable. Get to work. Right.
While they searched, I folded my arms and watched. As before, they discovered nothing, but as they were about to depart, the glee in my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say but one word, yes, just one word, by way of triumph. And as they started up the steps, I said, say, have you noticed, this is a very well-constructed house, you know. Hey, gentlemen, you're not going, are you? Yes, it's an excellently well-constructed house. You've never seen such a well-constructed house in a frenzy of my bravado upon that very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of my wife. I rapped with my cane. Let me heaven deliver me from the arch-fiend. What was that?
Mother of mercy, what was that?
Wind, probably.
Wind? That's not the wind. Came when you hit this wall here.
Whatever it is, it's behind these bricks, Sarge.
Here, take this crowbar and knock that wall down.
Right.
Wait a minute, you...
Keep quiet,
you. Can't do this.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
Upstairs.
You stay right here.
Hey, this is new plaster. It hasn't even had time to set yet.
Pull it down.
Right. Here she comes. Look out.
There's what we're looking for, all right. His wife's body.
What's that horrible-looking thing sitting on her head?
It's the cat.
How did that cat get in there?
I know how it got in there. Yes, I know. I must have walled it up in a tomb, and I never knew it, no. Look at that red mouth. Those burning eyes. You hideous, you beast, you monster, you are the devil. You made me a murderer. Now for 3 days you've been in there, waiting to send me to the gallows. Well, the hangman will get me. Yes, I hope you're satisfied. I hope you're satisfied.
The makers of Camel cigarettes send free Camels to servicemen's hospitals from coast to coast. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, U.S. Army McCornack General Hospital, Pasadena, California, U.S. Naval Hospital, Houston, Texas, U.S. Marine Hospital, Baltimore, Maryland, and Veterans Hospital, Dayton, Ohio.
When 3 leading independent research organizations asked 113,597 doctors living in every state of the Union, what cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel.
According to a nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Next week, Mystery in the Air, starring Mr. Peter Lorre, brings you an adaptation of one of our star's greatest motion pictures, Crime and Punishment, based on the book by Fyodor Dostoevsky, with a special musical score composed and conducted by Paul Barron.
Mr. Pipe Smoker, here's proof for you. Proof that Prince Albert is a satisfying smoke. More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco, naturally. Prince Albert is a mellow, mild tobacco with a rich, full flavor. Choice tobacco specially made for smoking pleasure. Specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Crimp cut to burn slow, smoke cool. See if one pipe full of PA doesn't convince you that Prince Albert is your favorite, too. Beginning 2 weeks from tonight, Thursday, October 2nd, Camel's comedy quiz, The Bob Hawke Show, will be heard at this time over these same NBC stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Arch Obler's Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think. This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now. Cat wife.
Stop me from cuddling too. You can treat me mean, that's all right. Now get me from the
Girls, cut it out.
From 105 till now. Oh, I love that song, Queen.
Yeah, for the love of cut it out, will you? Your husband will be tanned down here in a minute. Come on, Queenie, we better blow out of here.
Yeah, I guess we better go, Linda.
No, don't go. Don't go. I don't want to be alone.
What do you mean alone? Your husband's in the next room, ain't he?
Oh, that guy. What does he know about having fun? Work, work, work. It makes me sick where I've never been sick before. Oh, come on. Stick around. Let's have some more fun.
Oh,
you
yeah.
can't stop me. Oh, please. That's the most marvelous song I've ever heard.
Linda, for heaven's sake, Linda.
Well, speak of the devil. Hiya, Johnny boy. Come on in. The water's fine. Only it ain't water, huh?
It ain't water.
Linda, for heaven's sake, I'm trying to work.
Oh, go away. Go away. You're spoiling my party. Throw him out of here, Kenny. He's only my husband.
Linda, take it easy.
Get out of here, you. Take that other woman with you. Go on. Clear out.
Come on, Queenie.
No, wait. Don't listen to him. It's my house. It's my house. You kick them out. My friends. You kick them out.
Linda, haven't you any consideration at all? I begged you, pleaded with you to try to keep these people out of the house when I'm getting some work done. And you persist in doing just the opposite.
You kick them out. My friends.
Yes, I kick them out and I'll do it again every time I find them here. They're no good. You've given me your word time and time again to give them up.
I'll call them back. I'll call them all back. You can't tell me what to do. Not me. They're my friends, mine. I'd give a dozen of you for one of them.
All right, Linda. If that's the way you feel, I guess you and I have finally come to the end of the road. You haven't got a grain of loyalty in you. All I ask is a little peace and quiet in my own home, and I can't even have that.
Go away. Go away.
Night after night, you and those people, yowling and screaming like a pack of alley cats. And you the worst of all. I'm through, Linda. I'm through with you for good.
Oh, no, you're not. Oh, no, you're not.
Keep away from me. Keep away. Oh, Linda.
See? You're not through with me at all. You'll never be through with me. Never.
Oh, Linda. Linda.
No, let me go. Let me go. I don't want you, you fool. You're not through with me. I'm through with you.
No, Linda.
I'm tired of you. Do you hear me? I'm tired of you. I'm gonna get so far away from that smug face of yours that I couldn't see it with a telescope.
Linda, my wife.
Your wife. Why do you think I married you?
I thought you loved me.
I married you because I was sick of working in a two-bit barber shop, because I was sick of living in a hall bedroom wearing bargain sale dresses. I wanted dough, plenty of it, all I could get. You were the best chance to get it that came my way.
No, Linda, you did love me. You must have loved me.
I loved you about as much as that canary up there loves its cage. I told myself I'd stay with you a year, divorce you, stick you for plenty of alimony, and then get out.
But we've been married 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years. Because you fooled me, that's why.
I fooled you?
Yeah. Huh. You started to make a lot of money. More money than I ever thought you could make. So you're giving me the air, huh?
No, Linda, I love you. I'll always love you. I didn't mean what I said.
Well, I did.
No, Linda, don't leave me. You're no good. I know you're no good, but heaven help me, I love you. I'll never love anybody else.
Get out of my way.
No, I won't let you go. You've got to stay.
Take your hands off me.
You're no good. You've cost me my self-respect. But you'll stay with me, or I'll cut you off without a cent. You won't get a dime from me, not a dime. Stop that. Stop laughing.
Oh, you Sam. You fat-headed Sam.
Stop that.
So you're going to cut me off without a cent, are you? Oh, you fool. I've got everything that belongs to you now. You hear me? Everything.
What are you talking about? What are you saying?
This house. It's in my name, isn't it? The car. It's in my name, isn't it?
I know, but... Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't I? Well, listen to this, my darling husband. I cleaned out the bank account yesterday.
No.
Every cent of it. I won't be in the street. You will. Now, this is my house. Get your things and get out of here.
I'll kill you.
No, stop
I'll
it.
kill you.
Don't you come near me. Let me go. Let me go. Ow!
Oh.
You touch me again, I'll tear your eyes out.
You cat.
Get out of my way.
That's what you are, a cat. A big, white, heartless cat. You think like one, you screech like one, you claw like one. You even look like one. A cat, that's what you are, a great white cat. I didn't marry a woman. I married a cat.
Keep it up. Keep it up. You're doing swell.
Laugh at me. Go on, laugh at me. But you're a cat. A sneaking, yowling cat.
Now, that's enough of that. You stop saying it.
A cat. A cat. You hear me? A cat.
Stop staring at me like that. Stop staring at me. John, what's happening to me? John, my head, I can hardly see. John, help me. John.
Linda.
What are you staring at? What are you staring at? What are you...
Linda. Linda. Oh.
Now, John, you've got to control yourself. Everything will be all right.
Oh, doctor, what have I done? What have I done?
Now, John, please, pull yourself together. You're not entirely to blame for what happened.
What'll I do? I did it. I'm to blame.
Stop talking like that. It's preposterous to say you're to blame. She was hysterical, John. And the suggestion that she was a cat caught her in an unguarded moment and resulted in a temporary neurosis.
Oh, doctor, she's got to get well. She's got to.
Of course, she'll be all right. A little rest, quiet, and in a few days it'll all be forgotten.
Is she sleeping?
Yes. I gave her a sedative. She's resting very comfortably.
Can I go in and see her?
But I tell you, she's sleeping, John.
I know, but... Oh, I've got to see her. I've got to look at her. I've got to make sure she's all right. Don't you see? I've got to make sure.
Now, John, please. You've had a hard time of it. You'd better get to bed and get some rest.
Oh, no, doctor, listen to me. I've got to see her again. I've got to make sure that she's all right. I can't rest until I know.
Well, I tell you... Oh, very well. Just for a moment.
Yes.
Be very quiet.
Yes.
There. You see? She's resting very nicely.
Doctor, look.
What?
Her hands. Look at her hands.
They're claws.
And her teeth. Her teeth. Linda!
No, John. You'll waken her.
Linda! Listen to her.
Steady, John.
I can't stand it. I tell you, I can't stand it. She's Linda. She's my wife, my beautiful wife. Linda! Linda!
Sorry, John.
It's all right. I guess I'm going a little crazy myself. What's happening to her? What is it?
I don't know, John. I don't know.
Oh, listen to her. You've got to do something, Doctor. You've got to. You're my friend. You've got to help me.
What? In the name of all that's rational, what?
Well, think. There must be something you can do. A drug, something, anything.
Oh, John, I don't know what to say. I can't think. I'll call in someone else. That's it. I'll inform the authorities. They'll take care of everything.
No, wait.
What's the matter? What is it?
You're going to inform the authorities?
Yes, of course, John. Don't you see it's the simplest way out?
Way out?
Of course, of course. For you and for me.
What do you mean?
John, this horrible thing that's happened to Linda, it goes beyond just you and me. It goes beyond the normal into the supernatural. Everyone should know about it. The world should know about it. Science.
You mean you're going to let everybody know what's happened to Linda?
Of course I am.
But you can't do that. She's my wife. Do you hear me? My wife.
No. Now, don't get excited again, John. Listen sensibly. We owe it to science.
Science? Who cares about science? She's Linda. She's my wife, and I cursed her to God and turned her into a yowling beast. It's my shame, mine. And you're not going to tell a living soul about it. No one, you hear me? No one.
It's my duty, John. I must inform the authorities.
No. Keep away from that phone. Keep away, I say.
I'm sorry, John.
Oh.
John, my friend.
No. Try to sleep, darling. Try to sleep. Yes, I know, darling. But it's almost morning. You must rest. Sleep, Linda. Sleep, my beloved. All right, darling. I've got to be strong. I've got to help you. And I did help you. He was going to tell them about you. Everyone. They'd have taken you away from me, locked you up, pointed at you, laughed at you. But I stopped him, Linda. I stopped him for you. He called me friend. But you're my wife, my beloved, and I love you. I've pleased you, haven't I, my darling? I never could please you before, could I? And now I've pleased you. I killed him, Linda. I killed my friend to save you. And if anybody comes, I'll say he never came here. And no one will know, darling. No one but you and I. What is it, darling? What's the matter? Why are you getting up? What is it? Why go to the window? What do you want? Oh, if I could only understand you. If I could only know what you're trying to say to me. Oh, no. Oh, Linda, stop. I beg you to stop, Linda, beloved. Stop. Yes, I'm coming.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, it's you.
I found this note saying you wanted to talk to me. Gee, I hope you're not going to quit taking milk from me, Mr. Taylor. I know I've been kind of late with deliveries the last couple of days, but you see, it's my horse.
No, I'm not going to stop taking milk. That's what I want to see you about. I want milk, more milk, cream, everything.
Oh, sure. How much do you want?
Oh, 4 bottles of milk. No, 6.
6?
Yes, and cream. 6 bottles of cream.
Is something wrong, Mr. Taylor?
Wrong? Why do you think something's wrong?
Well, I only meant...
You meant what? Speak up. You meant what?
Oh, now, don't get sore, Mr. Taylor. I just meant, well, you don't look so good, and, well, you know how it is. Sometimes a fella has a couple too many, and he starts ordering all the milk in the world.
You fool. I'm not drunk. You want to sell me that milk, or do I have to get another milkman?
No, I'll get it for you.
Hurry.
6 quarts, 6 cream. Only him and his old lady. The guy's nuts.
Drink the milk, my beloved. Please. But you haven't eaten anything. You're hungry. You must be hungry. Oh, my darling, what do you want? I'll get you anything, anything. Just eat. No. No, I can't let you out of the room. I can't. Someone might come to the door. They'd see through the windows. Oh, be patient, Linda, darling. I'll think of something. Oh, drink the milk for your own good, Linda. Please. No, dearest. Don't do that. All right, dear. All right. I'll let you into the dining room. But you've got to stay away from the windows. If someone should see you. Here. Let me carry you. All right, darling. All right. I won't. Go yourself. Go yourself. You see, my darling, your pretty living room. Everything in it just the way you fixed it. Everything. Oh, Linda, this horrible thing that's happened to us. I tell myself it isn't real. I'll wake up soon and everything will be the way it used to be. You and I. Linda, where are you? Oh, Linda, don't, no, Linda, don't touch that bird, Linda, how could you do it? How could you do it?
Good morning, Mr. Taylor. Early again this morning, ain't you?
Morning.
Ever since you sent your wife to the country, my first customer every morning for the last 3 days you've been. Like I was saying to my wife this morning, I said...
Yes, Mr. Heinrich, some other time. I'm in a hurry. My order, please.
Yeah, but you ain't give me no order yet. How about a nice steak, what you can broil?
No, nothing like that.
But to broil a steak? I tell you, that's nothing. When my wife, she goes to the country, that's what I always make for myself. You lay the steak in the pan, and then you light the gas.
I'm in a hurry, I tell you.
Yeah, all right. You don't have to get so high blood pressure, Mr. Taylor. If you will tell me what you want, by golly, I'll give it to you.
Well, I don't know exactly. A couple of pounds of liver. Yes, that's it. Fresh liver.
What? Again?
You heard me.
Sure, I heard you, but by golly, for 3 days, ever since your wife, she went away, you eat nothing but liver.
Are you going to fill my order?
Yeah, sure, I will fill your order. There. Did you ever see such nice, fresh liver, huh? Oh, 2 pounds? Jawohl. There we are. By golly, it could be you was raising cats or something.
Why do you say that?
Well, every day you buy liver. This morning I catched a couple of mouses in a trap. Maybe you like to take them along for the cat too, huh?
Don't say that! Don't say that!
Mr. Taylor, the liver you forgot. By golly, that man is verrückt. Now, what did I say that was wrong? Cats like to eat mouses.
Oh, my Linda. My dearest Linda. Close to me. Oh, my darling. It's better this way. You can't leave me now. I'll have you with me always. I'll keep you here. Just you and I won't answer it. They'll go away.
all right. I'll answer it. No, stay here, my beloved. They mustn't see you. Be very quiet. Be very quiet. Yes, I'm coming. Well, what is it?
Are you the owner of this building?
Yes, what do you want?
Kerrigan's the name. I'm your neighbor. I've got that place across the alley from you.
Neighbor?
Yeah, Kerrigan's my name. I'm with the department.
Department?
Yes. I'm desk sergeant at the 3rd District Station.
Policeman?
Yes. I'm off duty today, so I thought I'd drop over and speak to you. Do you mind if I step in for a moment?
Step in? Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
Thank you. Well, you got a nice place here.
Yes, nice. Very nice.
You know, the same contractors made this place as made mine. You didn't know that, I'll bet.
No, I didn't.
Yes. Irishman by the name of Gilhooly. You put up all these bungalows along here on nothing but blarney and the shoestring. Jumped out a 10-story window, they tell me, the day after the stock market crash. Lucky for him. If he was alive now, some of the people around here that bought places from him would murder him. What with the trouble they're having?
Trouble?
Say, now, speaking of trouble, reminds me why I come over. If you don't mind, I'll tell you.
Yes?
No, it ain't me that's complaining, Mr. Taylor. I'm the kind of man that can sleep in a boiler factory. But it's me Katie. There's a light sleeper for you. I always say that if a star in heaven twinkles too much, the noise wakes up me Katie.
What is the trouble?
Well, you know how the women are. Always finding something to make a fuss about. Hey, I'm not disturbing her, am I?
Her?
Yeah. You know, your missus. She's not sleeping in the bedroom there, is she?
No, of course not. There's no one in there.
I thought maybe seeing the door is closed.
No, I tell you, there's no one in there. My wife, she's out of town.
Oh, well, that's fine. I always like to talk things over man to man without the women around. The women are all right, I says, but they don't know how to straighten out little troubles with neighbors without calling names and pulling hair.
What is it? What's wrong? What do you want to tell me?
Well, to put it plain, it's the cat.
Cat?
Yeah, the cat. You just got it, didn't you?
You heard a cat?
Yeah. It started a few nights ago. Now, it ain't disturbed me none, like I says, but Miss Katie, where do you see our bedroom window faces? Right on the alley. And by golly, she hears every meow that animal makes.
You're wrong.
Eh?
I have no cat.
But Miss Katie heard. I heard it too, for that matter.
I have no cat.
But I'm telling you, it come right from this house.
I tell you, I have no cat. Isn't that sufficient?
Well, now, seeing as you put it so plain, I'll be speaking up plain myself. I'm telling you, I heard a cat yowling last night, and the night before, and the night before that. And as sure as my name's Thomas Kerrigan, it come right from this house. Now, what do you say to that?
Get out.
Now, wait a second, my bucko. Wait a second. Don't get on your high horse.
Get out.
Well, now, see here. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just thinking maybe the animal's caught in your cellar without you knowing it. Now, if you let me go down...
I tell you, there's no cat here. Get out. Get out of here.
Oh, it's like that, is it?
You heard me. Get out of my house.
Well, you sure are making a lot of noise about nothing, young fella. But it's your house, and if that's the kind of neighbor you want to be, I guess... What?
What are you standing there for? Get out! Get out!
Now, just a minute. Take it easy. No cat, eh? Well, what was that I just heard?
Nothing at all. You've got no right.
Mister, you may not be a liar, but you sure have something close to it. If that ain't a cat in that bedroom there, I ain't never heard one.
Get out! Get out of here!
Oh, no, I won't. Listen to that cat. If that ain't creating a public nuisance, I'd like to know what it is.
It's none of your business. This is my house. Get out of here.
Now, stop pulling at me, bucko. I may be off duty, but I'm still an officer of the law. And I'm telling you, that cat you got in there is violating the city ordinance. Now, if you don't make it shut up, disturbing me, Katie, I will.
No. Stay away from that door. Stay away from that door.
Listen to it.
That ain't no cat you got in there.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I lied. It is a cat. Just a cat. But I'll make it be quiet, but go away. Go away.
Wait a minute. Take it easy. If it's just a cat, what are you getting so excited?
Oh, I'm not.
Look at you. Your eyes are blazing. What's going on here? I think I'll have a look.
No, stay away. Oh, no. Get away. Take it away.
I told you to go.
Big one. If I only had big one.
You'll never use it. Never.
Keep away from it. Help.
I asked you to go, didn't I? I asked you to. Didn't I, Linda? You hurt me. You hurt me asking.
Linda, what's the matter? What are you going to do? Linda, keep away from him. What are you going to do? No, Linda! Get away from him! Linda! Stop! Oh! My eyes!
Oh, I can't see. That garden, if I could only find it. Blood in my eyes. I'm blind. Oh, God, have pity on me. Help me to find it. It must be here. I dropped it somewhere. You're back now, pressing against me. Oh, God, let me find that gun. I dropped it here somewhere. Let me find it. Got it. Yes, press close to me. I can't see you. Press close to me. I mustn't miss. There. Press, claw, what does it matter? You cursed animal. You've taken everything from me. My eyes, my life. Now I'll take...
Linda! I heard, my beloved, I heard you. I'm coming with you.
Wait for me, Linda, my beloved. Wait.
The mysterious traveler.
This is the mysterious traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy this little trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves. Where are we going? We're going to delve into the life of a frightened man in a tale titled The Queen of the Cats. Some years ago, when I was practicing medicine, I was called upon by a young girl of 22 or so. As she was shown into my office, I could see that she was having a had difficult time suppressing her agitation. Her lips trembled as she spoke.
Dr. Smith, my name is Jane Elliott. I have an appointment with you.
Yes, Miss Elliott. Won't you be seated, please?
Thank you.
Now, what seems to be the trouble, Miss Elliott? You're trembling, and you don't look well at all.
I'm not ill, Doctor. It's Chris. Chris Arnold, my fiancé. Oh, Doctor, you've got to help him. If you don't, something terrible will happen.
Well, I'll do everything I can, Miss Elliott. Now, tell me what's wrong.
I don't know what's wrong. All I know is that Chris is frightened. He's in deadly fear of something.
Has he told you what it is that frightens him?
No, I've questioned him countless times, but he refuses to tell me.
I see. Where is your fiancé now?
At his home, Brookfield Manor. Oh, Doctor, I know it's late, but won't you come with me and see Chris? He needs help desperately.
There, Miss Elliott. You mustn't cry. Of course I'll come with you. And I'll do what I can.
Who is it?
Chris, it's Jane.
Just a minute. Jane, I've asked you before not to... Who's he?
Darling, this is Dr. Smith. Doctor, this is my fiancé, Chris Arnold.
How do you do, Mr. Arnold?
Why the devil did you bring him? I don't need a doctor.
Please, darling, I just couldn't stand
Forgive
to
me,
see you.
Mr. Arnold, but it's obvious to the most untrained eye you do need a doctor.
Please, Chris, tell the doctor what you're afraid of.
I'm not afraid of anything.
Oh, darling, please tell him, please. You can't go on this way.
Yes, you're right. I can't go on this way. If I don't tell someone, I'll go mad.
Believe me, Mr. Arnold, you'll feel much better once you've talked your fears out. Now, suppose you start from the beginning and tell me everything.
All right, Doctor. Come on in. I suppose it all began 2 years ago at a party Jane and I were invited to.
Oh, Chris, isn't this a wonderful party?
The only thing wonderful about it is you.
Oh, Chris, people are watching.
Fine thing when a man can't kiss his best girl in public. What's this generation coming to, anyway?
At Miss Tyndall's school, we were taught a young lady never kisses a man in public.
Miss Tyndall is setting romance back 50 years. Who are you looking for, anyway?
Rana Farouk, my roommate at Miss Tyndall's.
Oh, yes, she's the Egyptian girl you were telling me about.
Yes, I want you to meet her. Only you better not fall in love with her as every other man does.
Sounds as though she's a second Cleopatra.
Men just can't seem to be able to resist her.
Well, I'm curious to see this siren of the Nile.
Oh, there she is, Chris. Come on.
So that's Rana. No wonder men can't resist her.
Hello, Jane. I've missed you.
Rana, this is Chris Arnold. Chris, this is Rana Farouk.
Hello, Chris.
Hello, Rana.
Oh, look, there's Miss Tyndall waving to me. Excuse me, won't you?
Of course, Jane.
I'll be back in a minute.
You know, Chris, at Miss Tyndall's, the first thing I'd see in the morning when I got up, and the last thing before I went to bed was your picture. And I always knew that someday we should meet. And now we have. Why are you staring at me like that? Aren't you going to say anything?
I prefer just to look. Even now, Doctor, 2 years after our first meeting, I find it difficult to describe how beautiful Rana was. She had lustrous black hair that came down to her shoulders and sparkling green eyes that bewitched you. No words can do her beauty justice. I was captivated the moment I saw her.
I see. What happened after that first meeting?
Rana seemed also attracted to me. After that night, we saw each other constantly.
You did?
Nothing seemed to matter to me when I was with her. It made me indescribably happy to learn she felt the same way. A month after we'd met, we were married.
Please go on, Mr. Arnold.
After we were married, we took an apartment in town. In the months that followed, I began to see Rana not as the image I'd been infatuated with, but as she really was, vain, selfish, and possessive. It was a possessiveness verging on madness. She couldn't bear to have me out of her sight, and when I was, upon my return, there would be questions, countless questions. I began to dread seeing her. And then there were the cats.
The cats?
Yes. She had an insane passion for them.
Yes, when Rana and I were at school together, Doctor, she always had a few cats around. She said that she couldn't live without
The apartment
them.
was always full of cats. She'd sit for hours stroking them, whispering to them until I felt I'd go mad. Life became a nightmare for me, a nightmare full of cats. And Rana asking questions, endless questions. One day, I realized I couldn't go on living with her any longer, that our marriage had been a mistake. I decided to tell her about it that very evening. May I come in, Rana?
Of course, dear.
Rana, there's something important I want to talk to you about.
Oh, please, Chris. There's so little time just now. We can talk later after the party.
But, Rana, this is important. I think that...
Darling, whatever you have to say can wait. Now, please hurry.
But... Well, all right. We'll discuss what I have to say later.
Chris, when I called you at the office this afternoon, why didn't you tell me that you had had lunch with Mary Walker?
What? How did you know I had lunch with her?
Oh, a friend told me.
A friend? Who was it?
What is it, my beauty? What are you trying to say?
Rana, put that cat down and answer me. Who was the friend that told you I had lunch with Mary Walker?
You have never met her, darling.
How is it that you always know what I've been doing, whom I've been seeing? It's as though you have people spying on me.
Chris, what a thing to say. Now, please hurry or we'll be late.
There's something strange about the way you always know what I've been doing. Sometimes I suspect...
Chris, look out. You stepped on Sabina's tail.
I'm sorry, but I didn't see it.
I asked you before to be more careful. Poor Sabina. Are you all right now, my beauty?
If there weren't so many cats underfoot, I wouldn't have stepped on her. Why must you have 5 cats around?
Because I love cats. They're beautiful, sacred. Thousands of years ago, my ancestors worshipped cats. And the great cat goddess Sekhmet. On the river Nile, close by the ancient city of Hamadi, where I was born, are the graves of 100,000 sacred cats. They have been mummified and buried with reverence.
Rana, I can't go on like this anymore.
My darling, what do you mean?
I feel our marriage was a mistake. I want a divorce.
Chris, you can't be serious.
But I am.
I love you, Chris, and I won't give you up. You're mine, darling. You always will be. Nothing shall ever separate us.
Would you care for a cocktail, sir?
No, thank you.
Well, even if you won't have one, Mr. Arnold, I will.
Jane, it's good to see you again. Just let me look at you.
Chris, you're not looking well at all. Are you all right?
I am now. Jane, can't we go someplace and talk? What about the terrace?
All right, Chris.
Here, this door opens onto it. Yeah, this is much better. It's been quite some time since we've seen each other, hasn't it?
Yes, the last time we saw each other was the night that...
The night that I met Rana.
Yes. How is Rana, Chris?
Oh, she's fine. Jane, I've made such a mess out of everything. I was a fool to have married her.
Please, Chris, you mustn't talk like that.
But I was a fool, Jane. Mistaking infatuation for love. Can you ever forgive me for the way I behaved toward you?
There's nothing to forgive, Chris.
Well, Jane, this is a surprise.
Rana.
Hello, Rana.
Really, Jane, the way you've avoided calling on us, I half suspect you are still in love with Chris.
Rana, you have no right to talk to her like that.
Please, Chris, I'm afraid I'll have to be leaving. It's getting quite late. Good night.
Good night, Jane.
I hope I didn't interrupt anything by coming out here so unexpectedly, Chris.
Yes, Rana, you did. I was about to tell Jane that I love her, and that I always will.
I suppose that's why you asked me for a divorce. You've been secretly seeing her.
Secretly seeing her? Is it possible for me to see anyone or do anything secretly without your knowing about it?
No, you are quite right. It is not possible. I know everything you do. So I would forget Jane if I were you.
Rana, how can you possibly want me, knowing how I feel about Jane? You've got to give me a divorce.
I'll never give you a divorce. Never. You hear? You're mine. You always will be.
Yes? Well, what's to prevent me from leaving you?
Wherever you go, Chris, I'll follow. If I can't have you, no one else ever will. Remember, Chris, you're mine. You always will be.
I can still see her, Doctor, as she stood there screaming at me. Remember, Chris, you're mine, and you always will be. It was a shock to suddenly realize that she looked like a cat, an angry cat. Her green eyes, cold and murderous, her long nails digging into my arms, her body tense. For a moment, I thought she was going to scratch my eyes out.
Yes, Rana did look like that when she was in a rage.
What happened after that night, Mr. Ronald?
I stopped speaking to Rana. We lived in the same apartment, but that was all. Weeks passed, and Rana waited for me to come around, as she felt certain I would.
Yes.
She had all the patience of a cat playing with a mouse. But when a month had passed and I still refused to talk to her, she made an attempt to win me back. It happened one night as we were driving to this house. Why are you slowing down, Rana?
I want to talk to you, Chris, and I can't talk to you while I'm driving.
There's no point in your stopping. We have nothing to say to each other.
Oh, but we do, darling. Chris, we could be so happy together if you wanted to. You know how much I love you.
It's a possessive love that smothers me to death.
Chris, you know that isn't true. I could make you happy if you'd only let me. Oh, please don't turn away from me, Chris. I'll do anything to make you happy. Anything.
Anything? And you can give me a divorce.
So you're still thinking of her, hoping I'll give you a divorce so you can marry her. Well, I won't. Do you hear? I won't.
I think we'd better be moving along.
Chris, you haven't any right to treat me like this. I'm your wife.
Only in the eyes of the law, not in my eyes.
I hate you. I hate you!
You cat! You almost took out my eyes with those claws of yours.
I will scratch your eyes out before I let any other woman have you. You're mine. You always will be.
Perhaps this will bring you to your senses. Slide over. I'll drive.
Very well, Chris. You think you've beaten me, Chris. But you haven't. In the end, you'll come crawling to me. It may take a year, 2 years, 5 years. But I can wait.
I'll never come crawling to you. Never.
But you will, Chris. Jane knows I'll never give you your freedom. In time, she'll marry. And when she does, all the heart will be gone out of you. Then you'll be mine.
That'll never happen.
But it will, Chris. Deep down in your heart, you know I'm right. Jane will never be yours. I'll see to that.
You have everything planned perfectly, Rana, don't you? But I have one way of escape from you that you've never thought of.
Really? And what way is that?
I can escape through death.
Death?
Yes, Rana. If I should fail to take the curve 100 yards ahead, we'd plunge off the side of this mountain.
Chris, you would.
Why not, Rana? You've shown me there's nothing to live for. This at least is a clean way out.
No! Chris, don't!
When I drove the car over the side of the mountain, Doctor, I thought Rana and I were going to our deaths. But fate decreed otherwise. When I recovered consciousness 48 hours later in a hospital, I learned it was only Rana who died.
Yes, I recall reading about it in the papers. It was a miracle that you survived.
Yes. For weeks, they despaired of saving me. But at the end of 8 months, I walked out of that hospital. The police believed my story that it was an accident. And I was free to begin a new life. It was just a week after I was discharged from the hospital that I ran into Jane.
Chris! Oh, Chris, it's you.
Jamie. You always seem to pop up just when I need you most.
Chris, you look so much older. Are you all right?
And my heart isn't any too good, but otherwise I'm fine. And seeing you again is just what I need to put me on my feet.
These past months must have been so difficult for you.
I don't want to look back to the past, Jane, but only to the future. The future I once hoped we'd share, and still do. Months ago, Doctor, Jane and I became engaged. It was just about that time that I first began to notice that everywhere I went, there always seemed to be a cat following me.
Are you sure you weren't imagining it, Mr. Arnold?
At first, I thought it was my imagination. But a week after Jane and I became engaged, I was certain I was being followed.
Tell me, Mr. Arnold, was it always the same cat that followed you?
No. One day it'd be one cat, and another day a different one. Oh, I know you must think I'm mad, Doctor. And at the time I felt I was going mad. That is, until that night.
What night, Mr. Arnold?
The night I saw her. It happened in this very room 6 weeks ago. I had great difficulty in falling asleep that night. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the faint crying of a cat. The crying grew louder and louder. I lay in the darkness listening, realizing that the cat crying was real, living, and in my room. I could feel my heart pounding as I sat up in bed and looked about my darkened room. And then suddenly I saw her. 2 burning green eyes in the darkness. There was no mistaking those eyes. They were Rana's. I stared into those eyes for what seemed like hours. Then, as though listening to a stranger's voice, I heard myself speak. Rana. It is you, Rana, isn't it? Yes. I'd recognize those green eyes anywhere. So you've come back, and in a form I've always thought of you, as a cat. I know why you've come back. It's because of Jane. You always said that if you couldn't have me, no one else could. But I was yours, and always would be. Well, you're wrong, do you hear? Jane and I are going to be married. You came between us once, but you aren't going to this time. I will marry you, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. You fiend! Trying to scratch my eyes out. Well, we'll see about that. There. Perhaps that'll show you that nothing you can do will stop me from marrying her. I know that all those cats that were following me, spying on me, were doing so under your orders. You're the queen of the cats. Yes, I should have known. No wonder you always knew where I'd been, who I'd seen. You had your cats spying on me even then. Well, even if you are the queen of the cats, you can't prevent me from marrying Jane. That's a bullet between those green eyes of yours is what's needed. I emptied the gun at her, Doctor, and then turned on the lights. There was no sign of her. She'd vanished. All that I found were those 6 bullet holes in the wall.
Tell me, Mr. Arnold, isn't it possible that you only dreamed all that? That actually you fired the gun in your sleep and the shots themselves wakened you?
I tried to tell myself that, Doctor. But during the nights that followed, I knew it was not a dream. For night after night, she appeared in my room. I'd lie awake, waiting to hear her footsteps, her voice. And when she would appear, I'd plead with her to leave me alone. But she'd only stare at me with those burning green eyes, waiting. I knew she'd never leave me alone as long as I intended to marry Jane. Finally, I could stand it no longer, and I went to see Jane.
Chris, this is a surprise. Come in, darling.
Thank you, Jane.
Oh, well, where have you been keeping yourself this past week? I was beginning to believe I was being jilted.
Jane, there's something I want to ask you.
Yes, Chris, of course. What is it?
I know we set our wedding for next week. But couldn't we put it off for a while? Just a little while.
Darling, what is it? There's something wrong. I know there is. Please tell me.
I wish I could, but I can't. Please, Jane, just have faith in me. You know I wouldn't postpone our marriage if I could possibly help it.
All right, Chris, I do have faith in you. We'll consider our marriage postponed for the time being.
The night I put off my marriage to Jane, Doctor, was the first night that Rana didn't appear. And the first night in a week that I've been able to sleep.
And you think, Mr. Ronald, that she didn't appear again because you would postpone your marriage to Jane?
I know it. Weeks went by, weeks in which I was able to sleep soundly without being awakened by her. I came to think that perhaps it had all been part of a horrible nightmare, and that I was over it at last. A week ago, I asked Jane to set the date for our wedding. She did so. And that same day, we took out a marriage license. But that night, she appeared again. Her eyes shining in the dark, cold and murderous. She knew about the license. That's why she returned.
And you've seen her again?
Yes, every night. She just keeps staring at me with those green eyes, waiting. She's determined not to give me any rest. I tell myself that I mustn't be afraid, but I keep hearing her voice over and over. If I can't have you, no one else will. You're mine, and you always will be.
Oh, Chris, darling, I wish I'd known all this before.
You feel, Mr. Arnold, that somehow she'll prevent you from marrying Jane, huh?
I know I sound mad, but I do. I have a feeling something horrible will happen if I attempt to marry her.
You still have the marriage license?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Mr. Arnold, you've reached a crisis in your life. You're faced with fears that are threatening to overwhelm your sanity. The only way for you to challenge your fears is to go through with your marriage to Jane now, tonight.
Tonight?
Yes. It's quite late, but I'm sure a friend of mine who's a judge will marry you.
You get married tonight?
If you hesitate, you're lost. Your only chance is to face your fears.
All right, Doctor. All right. Jane, will you marry me tonight?
Oh, yes, Chris. Yes.
I'm sorry to get you up in the middle of the night, Judge, but for reasons I can't explain, it's important that these two be married tonight.
That's quite all right, Doc. Always glad to oblige a friend. Have you got the license and the ring, young man?
Yes, sir. Here's the license and the ring.
Now, young man, if you'll take her right hand. That's it. Now, shall I give you the long ceremony or the short one?
The short one, please.
Just as you say, young lady. This is the shortest one I've got. Do you, Jane Elliott, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband, to love, honor, and obey as long as ye both shall live?
I do.
Do you, Christopher Arnold, take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife, to love, honor, and cherish as long as you both shall live?
It's she. It's Rana.
Chris, please, it's only a black cat. You mustn't pay any attention to it.
Of course not. Now,
It's Rana, I tell you. Look at her eyes. I told you she was trying to prevent my marrying Jane. Well, I'll get rid of her once and for all.
Chris, what are you doing with that gun? Put it down.
She got away. Well, wherever she's gone, I'll find her and kill her.
Chris, come back.
Oh, Doctor, where can he be?
Now, Jane, he can't be far off. We'll find him.
Oh,
Listen.
Doctor, that must be Chris firing that gun.
Come on. Those shots came from close by.
Hurry! Hurry!
We better take it easy now, Doc. It's pretty dark out here.
Wait a moment, and I'll light my cigarette lighter.
Doc! Look, a dead cat!
Yes. It was shot through the head.
Say, look. Here's another one that's been shot to death.
Neither one of them is the black cat.
Say, Doc, isn't that a body over there?
Chris!
No, Jane, you stay with the judge while I look.
All right, Doctor.
There, miss. You mustn't cry.
This never would have happened if I hadn't agreed to marry him. He was afraid. So afraid.
Doc? Is it Arnold?
Yes. Yes, it's he.
He's dead, isn't he? I can see it in your face.
Yes, Jane. He's dead. But, Doc, what happened to him? He's been clawed to bits, as if by hundreds of cats. And most horrible of all, his eyes have been scratched out. This is the mysterious traveler again. Have you enjoyed our little trip into the life, or should I say, death of a frightened man? Strangely enough, 2 days later, at Chris Arnold's funeral, just as the coffin was being lowered into the grave, the mourners suddenly noticed a black cat with green eyes sitting on the edge of the grave, quietly licking its paws. By the way, I trust you haven't a cat in your home, particularly a black one. I once knew a woman, she's dead now, who had a... Oh, you're getting off at the next stop, huh? I'm sorry. Perhaps you'll join me again soon. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have just heard Chapter 31 of The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's story, Queen of the Cats, Stutz Cotsworth played Chris, Sarah Burton played Rana, and Sandra Gould played Jane. The Mysterious Traveler is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music was played by Doc Whipple. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Listen next week to a tale titled
Broadway, Here I Come.
Another Tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by WOR Mutual from the WOR studios in New York. It is presented over most of these stations every Sunday afternoon at 3:30.
This is Mutual.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his good friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And as for me, well, I'd like to ask you if you know that one of the favorite wines of American women is Petri California Muscatel. In fact, the whole family likes Petri Muscatel. And you'll certainly know why if you'll just pour yourself a glass. Why, that Petri Muscatel is wonderful just to look at. It's the color of sheer gold. And raise that glass of Petri Muscatel to your lips. Oh, boy, what a wine. Look, did you ever walk through a vineyard early in the morning? You know, when the dew is still clinging to the grapes. And did you taste one of those luscious, plump Muscat grapes? Then you'll know what to expect the first time you taste Petri Muscatel. Petri Muscatel brings you that same wonderful Muscat flavor, right from the heart of the grape. Try serving Petri Muscatel after dinner by itself or with fruit or nuts. It's the perfect after-dinner wine. And serve it proudly because 5 letters, P-E-T-R-I, spell the proudest name in the history of American wine. I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson is ready for us. Let's go in and join.
Come in. Oh, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening, Doctor. Are you all ready with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
I'm ready if you are, my boy. How would you like to hear a story that took place in Italy?
In Italy? Say, you and the great Sherlock Holmes certainly did get around. What took you there, Doctor?
We'd gone to Rome to investigate the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca. An inquiry, which I may tell you, Mr. Bartell, was carried out by Holmes at the express desire of His Holiness the Pope.
Well, say, Doctor, that sounds like a wonderful...
No, Mr. Bartell, that's a story that I'm afraid I can never tell you. However, tonight's adventure took place a few days after Holmes had brought his case to a satisfactory, though somewhat terrifying conclusion. I suggested to the great man that a short holiday would be good for us before returning to England. And so we spent some happy days browsing among the architectural treasures of old Rome. The Colosseum, the Baths of Caracalla, the Forum, the wonderful ruins on the Palatine Hill. I couldn't drag Holmes away from them, Mr. Bartell. And at night time he was able to indulge to his heart's content his great love of music. Finally, it was 2 nights before we were to sail for England, I remember. We went to the opera house to hear the famous Italian soprano Gina Valchesi singing Verdi's immortal La Traviata. I can hear that exquisite voice now, Mr. Bartell, as Holmes and I, seated in a box, listened spellbound to the great Valchesi singing her last act aria.
What a magnificent voice.
Yes, it is, Holmes. A pity, though, that most opera stars who sing like Nightingale seem to have the figures of unusually well-fed pouter pigeons. Poor woman, she must weigh at least 20 stone.
Nevertheless, you mustn't refer to her as poor, my dear chap. Despite her somewhat unfortunate proportions, Signora Gilda Valchesi remains one of the greatest and wealthiest of contemporary sopranos.
Listen to the applause.
Yes, undoubtedly she'll sing an encore. We might as well go back to her dressing room now. The opera's almost over.
Why are we going back to her dressing room?
Because during the last intermission, I received a note from her requesting my attendance.
Oh, what did the note say?
Well, it seems that the lady is not too popular with certain members of the opera company. Well, I've no wish to become entangled in any opera clash of temperaments. I confess I find myself not a little interested in meeting the lady. Shh. She's going to sing an encore.
Going back to her dressing room?
Certainly, my dear fellow. A summons from Gina Valchesi is no more to be disobeyed than a royal command.
I must ask you, gentlemen, not to stand outside La Valchesi's dressing room. We permit no strangers, particularly foreigners.
But the Signora has requested our presence. May I ask who you are?
Permit me to introduce myself, gentlemen. I am Armando Bellini, Inspector of Police.
My name is Holmes, Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
Sherlock Holmes? But this is a great honor. Allow me to apologize. Here in the Opera House, we have to be so careful, you understand, of intrigues. There are so many. But Senor Holmes and his friend, I am so happy to meet you both. At headquarters, I hear wonderful reports of your work in the Cardinal Tosca affair.
I should prefer not to mention that unfortunate matter, Inspector, except under conditions of extreme privacy.
Oh, quite so. And behind the scenes at the opera is not the most secluded place. Please to forgive me. You are waiting to see La Valchesi?
Yes.
Well, she is still on the stage. She has requested your presence, you say, Senor Holmes?
Yes, I trust the meeting is to be a social and not a professional one. We're sailing for England in a couple of days.
And you came to hear the great Valchesi sing before you left. Most understandable.
A magnificent voice, Inspector.
Yes, Doctor. And still, well, I am a devout opera lover myself. Yet I cannot help but feel its a future lies with those who can add a youth and beauty to a great voice.
That's true. True, Signor. But where can you find such a combination?
I have found it. Here in the opera, there is a girl. She is my protégée. Someday, I hope she will be my wife. At the moment, she is only understudying La Marchese. If she should ever get the opportunity of singing in her place, then a new star will be born.
Oh, really? What's her name?
Lisa Bordoni. She has but recently come to Rome from Milano, where she was studied with the great Alfieri. Confidentially, I think that La Marchese is so jealous of her that... here is Lisa now. And that is her brother with her. Lisa, cara mia, please to join us.
By George, what a beautiful girl.
What is it, Armando?
Permit me to present the famous English detective, Senior Sherlock Holmes, and his friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do? How do you do, young lady?
Glad to meet you both. This is my brother, Wally.
How do you do?
I certainly feel that I know a lot about you two gentlemen. No, I can't tell you how many times I've read your stories, Dr. Watson.
Indeed, sir. I'm very flattered.
Lisa, cara mia, we were just saying that in youth and beauty, combined with the voice, lies our future hope in the opera. Your day will come, Lisa mia. Your day will come soon.
I hope you're right, Armando. But as long as I understudy Gina Valchese, I don't see when I'll get my chance. She's disgustingly healthy.
If you pardon my saying so, young lady, though your name is Bordoni, you and your brother don't sound in the least Italian.
Well, we're not, Mr. Holmes. We're American. But to succeed in Italian opera, my sister has found that an Italian name is essential. So the Borden family became the Bordonis.
In any case, my real name is Lizzie Borden. I'm sure you, Mr. Holmes, as a famous detective, will see that I had to change my name.
Yes, I can well understand.
Who was Lizzie Borden?
Well, my dear fellow, one of the greatest and most successful of murderesses, who wielded an axe with incredible dexterity. I've often regretted that I was in Tibet instead of America at the time of that particular case.
Senor Holmes, I do not understand you Anglo-Saxons. To me, a murderess is a murderess. Now, when you speak of a greatness in women, I feel... Oh, but here comes Gina Valchese now. I will introduce you.
How many times must I tell you allow no one to stand outside my dressing room? Send them away. La Valchese is tired.
But you wish to see Senor Sherlock Holmes, the famous detective. He has come here in answer to your request. Please, permit me to present him, and also his friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Senor?
I'm greatly honored to meet you, Senor Valchese. And now, perhaps, if we may come into your dressing room and confer privately.
Perdido. What would La Valchese have to say to a detective? I mean, not the police, that's Vero. Go away, all of you.
Well, what do you think of that? She slammed the door in my face. Waiter.
Si, senor.
Bring me some more coffee, please.
Si, senor.
The very pleasant dining here on the hotel terrace, I must confess.
Very. Amazingly warm, considering yesterday's snow.
Yes, it is. Later, I suggest we pay another visit to the opera and hear about Casey sing Gilda and Rigoletto.
Upon my soul, Holmes, it seems to me that you're astonishingly casual after the way that woman insulted you last night, slamming the door in your face as if you were a tradesman. Shocking.
What would you have me do, my dear chap? Force my way into a room, demand an apology, or have my friend challenge her to a duel in order to avenge my honor?
Oh, don't try to be funny, Holmes. You know perfectly well what I mean. The lady asks you to come and see her, and when you do, she pretends she's never heard of you. And here it is nearly 24 hours later, and you've done absolutely nothing about it.
Oh, dear old Watson. You're really quite upset over the affair, aren't you? Well, if it'll make you any happier, let me tell you, I have done something about it.
I'm delighted to hear it. What?
This morning I was able to obtain a specimen of Valchese's handwriting from an autographed picture in the possession of Inspector Bellini. I compared the writing with that on the note and that I received in the box last night. It was the same, proving that the message I received was authentic.
Oh, in that case, why did she snub you like that?
Well, something was to frighten her, I suppose. Something or someone who was standing at the dressing room door with us.
Well, who was there? Inspector Bellini, Lisa Bordoni, and her brother.
Precisely, my dear fellow. Therefore, we may assume that La Valchese had no wish to recognize me in their presence.
But if you think that, Holmes, why haven't you been in touch with her today? She may be in some dreadful danger.
Oh, if she is, she can find me easily enough. And meanwhile, I'm perfectly happy to be left alone. The last few weeks have been sufficiently strenuous without becoming involved in some fresh case.
On my soul, Holmes, you must be tired. I've never known you to be so indifferent to a case. Great Scott.
What is it, Watson?
Look, walking towards us. It's Signora Valchese herself.
Oh, and judging from the lady's expression, she seems to be in some distress. Good evening, Signora.
Signor Holmes, I must speak
Please
to
sit
you.
down, won't you? This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do? First, I must apologize for my behavior last night. It would have been dangerous if La Katie had acknowledged that she had to communicate with you.
That's just what my friend assumed, madam.
Please speak quite freely now, Senora. No one can overhear us.
Senor Holmes, I am being persecuted. My life is in danger. You must save me.
You've been threatened.
See, senor. And now today, tragedy has struck. My sister, my beloved Bella, lies near death from a murderous attack. An attack that was meant for me.
Good Lord, what happened, madam?
If you will please to keep quiet, and little Albert this speak will I learn what happened.
Oh, I'm so sorry, madam.
This morning, I always myself take my dog for a walk. But this morning, I feel the trace of a cold. I asked my sister to take the dog for a walk. Please do understand that my sister is very much like me in appearance.
Yes, I understand, Senora. Please continue.
She walked alone in the park. From nowhere. A horseman come gallop and ride her down. This much I learned from the traces in the snow when I hurry and go to find her.
Was she able to tell you who the horseman was?
No. She cannot speak, senor. They say at the hospital that her skull is fractured, that she may not live. Senor Holmes, that attack, it was meant for me. You must protect me.
Senora, I shall do everything in my power to...
No!
What's wrong, madam?
Somewhere there is a cat. I know it. Make it go away. I cannot stand cats. They drive me mad. No! Oh, make it go away, please. I cannot stand them without even seeing them.
Run away.
No.
I can't see
please,
one.
It must be your imagination.
I am sorry to make such a scene, but I cannot bear to be near a cat. I cannot tell you what it do to me. It may sound foolish, weak.
No, not at all, Senora. Such a condition is quite common. In fact, I believe medical science has given it a name. It's known as ailurophobia.
Oh, whatever it is called. It makes me ill. I must go to my room. I cannot stand much more. My poor sister.
I imagine with your sister at death's door, Senora, you will not sing tonight.
Senor Holmes, I love her very much. But even a sister is only a sister. My art is my life. In an hour, senor, I sing Gilda in a Rigoletto. You will attend the performance. And afterward, you will tell La Valkatie how she may trap this devil who seeks to destroy her.
Holmes, it's after 9:30. We've missed quite a lot of the opera. It's hardly worth going to our box now.
We've just been time to hear La Valkatie sing the incomparable Caro Nome. Come on, old fella. Let's slip in as quietly as we can.
Seems to me we should have been in our box from the beginning of the performance. She asked you to keep an eye on her.
That's true, old chap. But it occurred to me that an attack on her during the performance was unlikely, and that our time might be more profitably spent making inquiries at the riding academy.
You drew a blank. We found no trace of that mysterious rider.
No, but at least we tried. Here we are. Let's stand at the back of the theater for a few minutes. Great Scott! That isn't our case of singing. It's the understudy, Bellini's protege, the American girl, Lisa Bordoni.
What a beautiful voice.
Like one, but with a beautiful, wonderful range. Look here, we've no time to listen to her now. We must go to the Valkaties' dressing room at once. We know she left the theater tonight with the intention of singing. I'm very much afraid there's devil's work afoot, Watson.
Doesn't she answer?
Shh. Listen. There are cats inside our dressing room. Come on, Watson. Locked. Put your shoulder to it. Come on, help me. Watson, come on. Once more. Come on, again. Now, Watson, here. Great Scott, she's unconscious, Watson. See what you can do for her. She must have fainted with fright. Yes, some fiend, knowing her deadly fear of cats, has locked her in here with half a dozen of them.
Shoot, off with you. Shoot. Her eyes are opening, Holmes. She's coming to.
Signora Valkatie.
Her lips are moving. She's trying to speak.
Signora Valkatie, tell me, who did this to you? Great heavens! Her voice gone. I've known many many vicious crimes in my lifetime, Watson. But to murder a voice that was one of the treasures of the world, is as vile a killing as I've ever encountered.
Dr. Watson will tell you the rest of his story in just a few seconds. And right now would be a wonderful time to try a glass of Petri California Port. In the evening after dinner, well, any time you're taking things easy, is the perfect time for Petri Port. Petri Port is a rich red wine, the kind of wine you like to sip slowly, so you won't miss a drop of its truly fine flavor. I'm not kidding when I say you owe it to yourself and your family to try Petri Port. In fact, you should try Petri Port and Petri Muscatel. So don't buy one, buy two. Buy both Port and Muscatel. Just be sure you get Petri, because Petri wine is always good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, so the great opera singer lost her voice when someone locked her in a room full of cats, huh? What did you and Sherlock Holmes do?
We took Signor Valchese back to her hotel at once and saw that she was properly taken care of.
How did the understudy, Lisa Bordoni, make out, Doctor?
Well, the tragedy that overtook La Valchese gave her great chance. She received a tremendous ovation at the close of the performance, and it seemed certain that another star had been born. But let me tell you the story just as it happened, Mr. Bartell. A little later that night, Holmes and I were once again standing on the balcony of our hotel, watching a crowd of people that had assembled in the courtyard.
You see that crowd, Watson?
Yes, I suppose they've come here to acclaim the new star.
No, my dear fellow. That crowd isn't planning a celebration. Look at them and listen to their angry murmuring. I'm afraid there's going to be trouble. I don't like the look of it.
Hello. Here comes Lisa Bordoni's brother, Wally.
What's wrong, sir?
Mr. Holmes, you've got to do something. What's happened? Well, somehow the story about the cats in La Valchese's dressing room has spread. The crowd outside are saying that my sister, Lisa, planned the whole thing so that she could sing Valchese's part in the opera tonight.
Where's your sister now?
In a room at the hotel here. I managed to get her away from the crowd, and I locked her in. But the mob, I'm frightened for her.
Here comes the official representative of law and order, Inspector Bellini.
Wally, where is Lisa?
I was just telling Mr. Holmes that I'd locked her in a room.
Well, that crowd's in a dangerous mood, Bellini. What precautions are you taking?
I have thrown a cordon of police around the hotel. The mob is getting out of our hand, and Lisa must be protected. As a matter of fact, the situation is even worse than the crowd knows. I have just been told that La Valchese's twin sister Bella died in the hospital tonight. That adds a murder charge. If the crowd knew about that, I tremble to think what might happen.
Did you say that La Valchese's sister was a twin, Inspector?
Si, Senor Holmes. She was her exact double in everything but voice.
Indeed, how very illuminating. If you don't mind, I should like to have a few words in private with my friend, Dr. Watson. Excuse us for a moment, please.
What do you make of it, Holmes?
What do you, old chap?
Well, the American girl seemed very charming and all that, but she might have done it. It had to be either her brother, or the inspector himself. They all had a motive for wanting La Valchese to lose her voice. But I must say I can't understand the motive behind the murder of her twin sister.
I think I can give you the answer to that question in a very few minutes. But meanwhile, the mob gets uglier and uglier. The only way to avert violence, Watson, is to give them quick proof and a certainty of conviction. I must go back to Bellini and the young American. I want to keep an eye on them. Meanwhile, I want you to slip out and get me a cat.
Cat? What on earth for?
You'll find out soon enough.
But Holmes, what kind of a cat?
Oh, any kind, but hurry.
Kitty, come on, Kitty. There's a good kitty.
Here. What you do in the hotel kitchen, senor? Oh, you want to play with my cat?
Oh, is he your cat? Charming little fellow. I'd like to borrow him for a little while.
Why you want to borrow my cat?
Oh, I thought I'd take him up to my hotel room and have a little game with him. I've got some old socks he can play with.
Deal. The English, they are a crazy race. My cat does not like to play with the old socks.
Look here. Here's 50 lira for you.
Oh, no. I tell you, my cat does not like to play with old socks. My cat would stay here, and you can keep your money.
I'll give you 100 lira.
So, that you may stuff my cat full of old socks? No. Give me back my cat.
Oh, the place is with you. You'll get it back later.
Stop him. The crazy Englishman is stealing my cat.
got a cat for you, Holmes, but I wish you'd tell me what they're doing outside Valcase's door with it.
I'm going to try an experiment. You open her bedroom door softly. So. Slip the cat in. So. And close the door.
Holmes, man, what the blazes do you think you're doing? You'll drive her mad.
I think not. Listen. And watch through the keyhole if you can.
Where do you come from, you stupid cat? Go away.
Holmes, her voice. It's come back.
Yes, I thought it might.
I can see her through the keyhole. She's picking the cat up by the scruff of its neck. She's walking toward the balcony.
Yes, and towards the crowd down below. An excellent opportunity for a public confession. Come on. Get up.
What do you want?
I charge you with the murder of your sister, the great singer, Valcase.
It was a magnificent, Senor Holmes. Magnificent. The way you forced her to confess on the balcony in a full sight of the mob.
And so you saved Lisa. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Holmes.
Nor can I. Though I still don't see how you guessed. She looked so much like her sister that she fooled even me, her understudy.
Yes, it was an extremely cunning plot, Miss Bordone. The real Valcase sent me that note last night. When I met her at the dressing room door, she denied having sent for me because the three of you were there.
I suppose that she suspected one of us.
Oh, yes, obviously. And later, no doubt, she told her twin sister Bella about having sent me the message and also announced her intention of coming to see me. Bella saw her opportunity, murdered La Valcase, assumed her identity, and to give added realism to her role, followed through with her sister's plan by coming to see me today.
But I still don't understand this business, Mr. Holmes. Why did the twin sister lock herself in her dressing room and fill it with cats? What did it accomplish?
It gave me the chance to sing.
Yes, that's true. Which is why Watson felt certain the criminal must be you, your brother, or Signor Bellini. But you see, the episode with the cats accomplished one other thing. It made it plausible that the great Valcase should never sing again. To whose advantage would that be? An impostor, of course.
In the person of a twin sister who could not sing and who must surely envy her sister's great will.
Exactly, my dear fellow. As soon as I knew they were twin sisters and everything but voice, it became more than a possibility. It became probability, but it had to be tested. And that's why I sent for the cat, Watson. When the sister, thinking herself unobserved, exhibited no terror for cats, well, it became a certainty.
On my soul, Holmes, this is as fantastic a plot as ever we've met.
A diabolical plan, Watson. And I'm only thankful, Miss Bordone, that we were able to expose it before the crowd reached you tonight.
I don't know what I can ever do to repay you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, that won't be hard, my dear. A box of Covent Garden for your London debut would be, an ample repayment. And from what I hear of your reception in Rigoletto tonight, I shan't have to wait very long for that reward, eh?
It's a promise, Mr. Holmes.
Come in.
Oh, excuse me, please. All over the hotel I'm looking for my cat. I say to myself, there he is. He's stealing my cat. Inspector Bellino, you arrest him. He tried to bribe me, and then he ran away with the cat and fill him full of old English songs. Oh,
Doctor, I'd sure like to have a picture of you running away with that fellow's cat under your arm. You, a cat stealer.
It's not a bit funny, Mr. Bartow. Believe me, it was most embarrassing.
I know. But it was all for a good cause, and I think you were splendid about the whole thing. Incidentally, how'd you happen to look for a cat in the hotel kitchen?
Oh, there's usually one round the back door of the kitchen. Haven't you ever wandered, backstage in a hotel? Fascinating.
Oh, of course I have, but I've never been in a hotel kitchen.
Then where were you?
In the wine cellar.
I should have known.
Yes, Doctor, I like to look at bottles of Petri wine because when I see a Petri wine, I know I'm looking at a good wine. And Petri wine is good because of the Petri family. The Petri family first started making fine wine before the beginning of this century, generations ago. Since then, winemaking has been their heritage, handed on down from father to son. So you can take it for granted that the Petri family really knows how to turn luscious, sun-ripened grapes into clear, fragrant, delicious wine. And you can take it for granted, too, that the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's a personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. You just can't go wrong with Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what story are you planning to tell us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a strange adventure that Holmes and I had many, many years ago. It concerns a young girl, the mutilation of her doll, and the tragedy that overtook a certain wise woman from the mountains.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Black Peter. Music is by Dean Fosler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and tonight, Dr. Watson was played by Mr. Eric Snowden, who substituted for Mr. Nigel Bruce. Mr. Bruce is scheduled to return to the program next week. Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Once again, the Groves Laboratories brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Friends, when your doctor prescribes more than the minimum daily requirements of multiple vitamins, it's for this reason. He's trying to relieve you of an ailment that may be due to low vitamin intake in your diet. Possibly he's just out of the Army where he learned all about Grove Defender multiple vitamins that the Army used by the millions of capsules. He knows that 2 Defender capsules a day will help prevent dietary vitamin deficiencies that can lead to acute nervousness, fatigue, no energy, and lowered resistance to colds. So, be sure to supplement your diet with 2 Defender every day. More if your doctor advises. Defender Bold multiple vitamins distributed by the Grove Laboratories, now available at your druggists. Now, the Shadow.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Curse of the Cat.
Well, Janice, we seem to be getting settled down here in the city now that we're back to civilization again. Do you like it, my dear? Are you happy?
Of course, Father. You know I never want to go back on another expedition again.
I don't either, Janice. After your mother's death, I never want to see the tropics again.
Why did you ask?
You just seem quiet lately, as if you weren't feeling quite yourself.
Oh, I'm all right, I guess. It's just Mother. I can't seem to get it out of my mind.
I know, my darling. But you mustn't think back on it, Janice. Well, you'd better run along up to bed now. You need all the sleep you can get.
I suppose so. Funny, I seem to need more and more rest lately. Sometimes I don't even sleep at all. I just curl up on the couch and doze.
Curl. Well, you better run along now. Good night, darling.
Good night. Oh, Father.
Yes?
Would you leave a note for the milkman in the morning?
Yes, of course. Regular order?
Yes, the regular order. But from now on, would you have him leave an extra bottle of cream? Dinner's ready, Father. It's on the table now.
Oh, good. Well, you turned out to be a good little housekeeper, Janice.
Well, if I hadn't been feeling so strange lately, I'd have done much more.
Well, this looks like quite a table you set. Oh, sit down, my dear.
Thank
you. Individual steaks. And this is a treat. Why?
What's the matter, Father?
This steak. It's not cooked.
It's just the way you like it, Father. Rare.
This isn't rare. It's raw.
Is it, Father? It's just right for me.
Now, there's our movie projector all set up. Shades are all drawn.
Oh, you really didn't have to go to all this trouble for me, Father.
You have to be kept busy, Janice. Keep your mind off things. This will amuse you for a while this afternoon. Now then, turn off the reading light in the corner, Janice. That's it. Now then, let's see. Where's the projector switch? It's so dark in here.
It's over here on this side of the machine, Father.
Oh, yes. So it... How did you know where that switch was?
I saw it, Father.
You saw it? In the dark? Janice.
What's the matter, Father?
Turn on the lights.
Why are you looking at me?
Turn on the lights, quick.
What's wrong, Father?
You're not well. You're getting worse.
Oh, there's the doorbell. I'll get it.
No.
But, Father, it's probably just...
No, go to your room, Janice. Go to your room and stay there.
But, Father, I'll give...
Please do as I say. Go quickly.
All right, Father.
I'm Jim Ryan, the new owner of the pet shop. I come to deliver your cat.
Cat? What cat?
This one right here in this basket.
I don't know anything about a cat. Now, get out.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
I said get out.
Look, you pay me, and then you can take your cat and that temper of yours, too, and keep both.
For the last time, I said get out of here.
Now, don't start pushing me around. I want to see the lady of the house.
Lady of the house? No.
No, well, I'm going to. She's the one who run up the bill at the pet shop, and I'm coming to collect, see?
Don't come another step farther.
Now, look, mister.
I warned you, don't come another...
I'm bringing this cat in here and... let go. My throat.
I've killed him.
Oh, here's a place, Lamont. Ryan's Pet Shop. Maybe they have some of that special new dog food.
Oh, so now Brownie's getting special new dog food. You know, sometimes I think you lavish more attention on Brownie than you do on me.
Darling, don't tell me you're jealous of a cocker spaniel. Oh.
Doesn't look as if anyone's home.
No, there's a youngster right over there. Hello, can you help us?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm looking for some special new dog food. I don't...
Oh, gosh, I'm afraid I don't know much about the stock here, miss. I'm just the delivery boy. Mr. Ryan, the new owner, he's up the street delivering a cat.
It's quite a system. You run the shop and the owner runs the errands.
Well, Mr. Ryan went to collect the bill. That's why he made the delivery. It's funny, though. He just went a couple of blocks and he's been gone almost 4 hours. Well, maybe that's Mr. Ryan now. Ryan's Pet Shop, Billy speaking. Oh, Miss Adams? Yeah? Well, Mr. Ryan was supposed to be at your house. No, he's not back here. Okay, bye. Gosh, that is funny.
Oh, what's up, Billy?
Well, that was the woman Mr. Ryan was supposed to deliver the cat to. She says he hasn't shown up yet. It's only a couple of blocks, 223 Locust.
Locust? Oh, well, we're going that way. Maybe...
Oh, would you go with me? I hate to ask you, strangers and all, but I'm awful worried. Mr. Ryan is new in the neighborhood, but I don't see how he could have gotten lost.
Oh, of course. We'll be glad to go with you, won't we, Lamont?
Of course, Billy.
Would you? Gee, that's swell.
Well, Billy, it's about time you got here. Who are those people? Are they from the pet shop?
We're just friends of Billy's. We're trying to help him find Mr. Ryan and your cat, Miss Adams.
Well, I could swear your Mr. Ryan went into Mr. Strong's house next door about 4 hours ago. He was carrying something that looked very much like my tabby's basket.
Well, he must have gotten the addresses mixed up.
Well, if he did, he'd better get it straightened out again. I want my cat back, and I want it back right away.
Yes, ma'am.
Ooh, charming woman.
Very helpful. Well, come on, Billy. We're going next door and have a talk with Mr. Strong. Now, here we are. Residence of Michael J. Strong, according to the mailbox here.
Lamont, that name's familiar.
There's been quite a lot about Strong in the papers recently. Explorer and big game hunter. Oh, Mr. Strong?
Yes?
I'm Lamont Cranston, Mr. Strong. We're trying to help out young Billy here from the pet shop. Did Mr. Ryan deliver a cat to you by mistake about 4 hours ago?
Cat? Oh, I know, but a man with some sort of a basket did come to the door a few hours ago. He must have had the wrong address. We don't have any cats here.
Well, you don't know which way he went, do you?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Oh, sorry to trouble you, Mr. Strong. Thanks very much.
Not at all. Good day.
Gee, I don't know what to think now.
Well, I'll tell you what, Billy. We'll go back to the pet shop with you, and I bet you find Mr. Ryan back there waiting for you.
And if he's not Billy, I have some pretty good friends at police headquarters. I'll notify them of Ryan's disappearance.
The police? Gosh, you don't think anything happened to
No,
Mr.
Billy, I don't. Sometimes it's a good idea just to make a routine police report in cases like this.
Janice, what are you doing with that cat? I thought I told you to stay upstairs in your room.
I was in my room, and this cat just wandered in, Father. Where do you suppose it came from?
In the back way, probably. Put it down, Janice.
Oh, it seems to like me. Can't I keep it, Father? I'll put it in the garage at night.
Garage? No. Oh, you stay away from the garage this evening. I mean, well, all right, Janice. Keep the cat in here for the night anyway.
Oh, okay.
Now, I've got to go out. I have an errand to do.
Could I go with you, Father?
No, I've got to do this alone. Oh. I'm going to take the car and deliver something along the river drive. I may be late.
Get back as soon as you can, Father. Doug Hartley's coming over tonight.
Who?
Doug Hartley. You remember, he just got out of the service. He's stopping off here on his way home.
I don't want you to see anyone for a while. Call your friend up and tell me I'm feeling well.
Father, you won't let me see anyone anymore. Is there anything wrong?
I'm sorry, my dear. I've been under a terrible nervous strain lately. I've got to go now. Call your friend, Janice. I'll be back later.
Oh, all right, Father. Hotel Kirkman. Mr. Douglas Hartley, please. Hello, Doug. This is Janice. I'm sorry, Doug, but I'm afraid I won't be able to see you tonight after all. I haven't been feeling very well, and Father says I shouldn't. Well, yes, I suppose I could see you for a little while. You'd better come around the back way, though, just in case. I'll be waiting for you in the garden. Bye. Doug, is that you?
Janet, where are you?
Over here on the bench, Doug.
So blamed dark out here. Oh, there you are. Janice, darling, how are you?
Oh, fine. Oh, it's wonderful to see you again, Doug. Oh, sit down.
Hey, what is all this about your father and meeting here in the garden and
it's nothing, Doug. Father's just been a little upset lately for some reason.
Oh, well, then you're not really ill.
Well, I haven't been feeling quite myself the last few weeks, but I'm all right.
Oh, that's good. Janice, I heard about your mother. I want you to know how sorry I am.
Mother? Oh, thanks, Doug.
I know how fond you were of her.
Yes, I was.
What a tragedy that she had to go like that.
Yes, wasn't it?
Janice, are you sure you feel all right?
Well, yes. Yes, of course. Well, why?
You seem so nervous. And now that I can see you better, you look different somehow.
Different?
Yes, you... Oh, that darn cat. Cat, go on, beat it.
Doug, don't touch that cat.
Darn thing's moving in on us. I'll fix it.
Doug, stop it.
What that cat needs is a good swift kick.
You fool! I told you not to touch that cat!
Oh, my face. You scratched me. Janice. Janice, come back here. Janice. 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 She's not here in the living room. Janice!
Who's in here?
Oh, Mr. Strong. Gee, I'm glad you're back.
What? What happened to your face?
Janice, she went half out of her mind. She leaped on me and scratched me when some darn cat...
Cat? Who are you? What were you doing with my daughter?
I'm Doug Hartley. Janice and I were out in the garden.
Get out of here, young man. Never come back as long as you live.
No, wait a second, Mr. Strong. I want to find out what's the matter with Janice. Something's happened to her.
Get out of here, I said.
I'll get out, Mr. Strong, but before I do, I'm going to see Janice.
You're going to do nothing of the kind.
Put down that cane, Mr. Strong. Put it down! Oh.
When you're suffering from all the usual miseries of a cold, that's the time to get Grove cold tablets. Why? Because they're specifically designed to get down inside and work internally for relief quickly. You see, Grove cold tablets are a multiple medicine compounded like a doctor's prescription. Not just one or two ingredients, but a combination of 8 active ingredients that work on all these usual cold miseries at once. Relief number 1, help reduce fever. Relief number 2, ease your headache. Relief number 3, alleviate body aches. Relief number 4, reduce nasal stuffiness. Relief number 5, lessen muscular pains. No wonder millions of folks turn to Grove when they want cold relief that really works. Now, when you have a cold, remember to rest and avoid exposure. Remember to get Grove cold tablets and take exactly as directed, except only the box with the name Grove. G-R-O-V-E. Grove cold tablets, because G-R-O-V-E spells relief from cold miseries. And now, back to the shadow.
Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane are paying a visit to Commissioner Weston at police headquarters. They have just read in the afternoon paper about the murder of Mr. Ryan, the pet shop owner, who disappeared so mysteriously the day before.
I read about your men finding Ryan in the river last night, Commissioner. I just thought we'd drop in and see if you had anything new on the case.
No. Ryan's wife just identified the body as that of her husband this morning. You reported his disappearance, Cranston. I suppose you have some theory about the murder.
Commissioner, you're not asking Lamont's advice about the case, are you?
I certainly am not. Someone had it in for Ryan. They mugged him and threw him into the river. Why they stripped him of all identification and didn't take a cent of his money, I don't know. But we'll find out. Pardon. Hello? Oh, Cardona. What? Another floater found in the river? Yeah. Don't tell me. All right, Cardona, have the body brought down to the morgue. I'll meet you there.
Another murder, Commissioner?
Looks like it. Kid this time, boy in his 20s. Same setup. Body in the river, no identification. Money still on him.
Had he been reported missing, Commissioner?
No, we haven't had any report on missing persons since Ryan's disappearance.
Mind if we go down to the morgue with you, Commissioner?
No. Come along. I'm going down there right now.
But what about the scratches on the faces of those two men at the morgue, Lamont? What did Commissioner Weston say about them?
Well, he said the men were probably scratched when they were dragged through the bushes at the river's edge.
You believe that?
Well, those scratches were in a pattern. I think they were made by the claw of an animal. Yes, Margot, just what you're thinking. By a cat.
Yes, but Miss Adams was the only one who had a cat. Darling, you don't think
It was her cat that Ryan was delivering when he disappeared and was later murdered.
Yes, of course. And that would mean that she lied to us yesterday. That her cat was delivered to her, wouldn't it?
That, Margot, is what I'm going to try and find out from Miss Adams right now. As the Shadow.
Why are you sitting alone in this half-lit room, Christine Adams?
What was that? Who's in this room?
The Shadow is here, Miss Adams.
Who are you? What do you want?
I've come to you for information. Information about two men who were murdered and thrown into the river. Men whose faces were scratched by a cat.
Murdered men? Scratched by a cat? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. Why did you say your cat had not been delivered to you?
It hadn't. I don't know where my cat is.
Don't lie to the Shadow, Miss Adams.
I'm not lying, I swear it. My cat is gone. I thought I heard it next door in the backyard. But when I looked out, it wasn't there. If you want information, you'd better go next door.
The home of a respected explorer and lecturer? You wouldn't be lying to shift the guilt from yourself, Miss Adams.
No, I've heard cats over there before. Besides, there's something queer about the place. Strong's daughter. She hasn't gone out in months. I think she's a captive in there.
And I think, Christine Adams, that you have a very peculiar imagination. I'm going now, but if I find that you've been lying to me, the Shadow will be back, Miss Adams, to see that you're brought to justice.
Father, is that you?
Yes, Janice.
Where have you been, Father?
I've been on an errand with your young friend. Why did you let that young man come here to see you?
Father, what's happened to Doug?
I've taken your friend away. I've got to protect you, to keep anyone from seeing you, as you really are.
As I really am. What's happening to me?
I didn't want to tell you, Janice.
What is it, Father?
Your mother's tragic death in the jungle left a mark on you, Janice. A terrible mark.
What kind of a mark?
I can't tell you. I can't.
Has it anything to do with the jungle, Father?
Yes, it has.
The jungle. Mother's death. Father.
Yes?
Look at me. Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Where, Father?
No, Janice, stop.
Where, Father?
In your eyes, in your fingernails, your hair.
Go on, Father.
Your habits, your appetites.
Oh, no!
Janice, stop it. Stop it. Stop it for the Lord. Stop it. Stop it. Listen. Someone at the back. They found out about me or you, Janice. We've got to get out of here. Now, tonight.
But, Lamont, I still don't see why we're poking around the Strong's backyard like this. What did Miss Adams tell you that made you so curious about the Strong?
Said she heard the sounds of cats over here. Also some weird story about Strong's daughter.
And you think they're mixed up in this some way?
If the cat that Ryan delivered is in this house, Margot, we'll know it was Strong who was lying to us yesterday. He had something very definite to do with Ryan's murder.
Yeah, that was a cat. Sounded as if it came from inside the house.
Sounded almost human.
Oh, Lamont, I don't like this.
I don't either. That cat is our only evidence, Margot. We've got to find it. Here are the back steps.
Come on. Wait a minute, the light. Every light in the house just went out.
Whoever or whatever's in that house heard us. We're trying to make a getaway in the dark. Come on, Margot, at the back door here.
This must be the kitchen we're in now.
Not a sound.
That cat again. Lamont, there's something horrible going on in there.
I'm going through the house and find that cat, Margot.
No, please
I'm going
don't.
to stay here, Margot. If anyone tries to leave by the back way here, shout for me.
Oh. Oh, I'd much rather have gone with Lamont than wait here alone. There's that cat again. And it sounds as if it's coming this way. It is coming closer. Those eyes. But it isn't a cat, it's human. No. No, stay away from me, whatever you are. Please. Please.
That cat was here somewhere in this living room. Lights don't work. There's no flash. Who's that? Strong, is that you? Strong, is that you? Oh.
And I'll take care of you for a while. Now, down the hall, out the back way, with Janice. Janice. Janice, is that you? In the kitchen? Come on. We've got to get out of here. Hurry, Janice. Out to the garage. Out in the car. We're going to get out of here. No one will ever know about you, Janice, or me. They'll never find either of us at the bottom of a cliff. We'll be smashed to 1,000 pieces. None will ever know our secret.
I know your secret, Michael Strong.
Who put on the brakes? Who stopped the car?
The Shadow did, Michael Strong. You can't escape that easily.
I haven't done anything. It's just my daughter who...
You haven't done anything, no. Nothing but brutally murder two innocent men.
I had to do that. I had to. They would have found out about Janice.
Your daughter will be taken care of, Michael Strong. Right now, the Shadow's going to see that the law takes care of you.
That's about the whole story, Margot. Of course, I didn't know you were out cold in the back of the house because I had to go out the front way to catch Strong in the car.
Well, it wasn't very gallant of you, darling, but you're forgiven. But oh, I'm so glad it's over, Lamont. And you know, in a way, I'm glad, too, that Strong is going to be sent to a sanitarium instead of the penitentiary.
I am, too, Margot, now that I know the whole story. By the time Strong committed those murders, he didn't have a vestige of sanity left.
Yes, but that's what I still don't understand. Why did Janice have that awful illusion? If she's going to be all right and it's her father who's completely mad.
Her mother's death left the girl ill and neurotic, Margot, and it broke Strong's mind completely. Mrs. Strong was killed horribly by a giant jungle cat on their recent expedition.
Oh, no.
From then on, Strong began to interpret every move Janice made, every word she said, as being cat-like, till the poor child almost believed it herself.
So terrible to think of a father hating his daughter so much that he'd forced her to believe she was becoming a cat.
That's the terrible irony of it, Margot. Strong didn't hate his daughter. He worshipped her. It was simply his own twisted mind that tried to destroy the one thing he loved most in the world.
When a real old-fashioned cold makes you suffer all the usual cold miseries, headache, fever, nasal stuffiness, body aches and pains, get Grove Cold Tablets. More Grove Cold Tablets are used each year than any other cold tablet in the world. There's good reason. Grove Cold Tablets are not just a headache remedy, not just one or two ingredients. Grove Cold Tablets are a multiple medicine, compounded like a doctor's prescription. A combination of 8 active medical ingredients especially designed to give you relief from all these usual miseries of colds. They get right down inside and work internally for relief. Now, when you have a cold, rest, avoid exposure. Get Grove cold tablets and take exactly as directed, except only the box with the famous Grove signature. That's Grove. Grove cold tablets.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Grove Laboratories will bring you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Attention. Special announcement. Next week, Calling All Cars will come to you at a new time and on a different day, Friday at 7:30. Remember, next week, Calling All Cars on Friday at 7:30. Calling All Cars, a copyrighted program created by Rio Grande.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 252 regarding a missing person. Be on the lookout for Mrs. Daniel Markheim. Described as 5 feet 5 1/2 inches. Weight 105 pounds. Has black hair, brown eyes. This woman has been missing from her home since July 17th. That's all. Rolling equipment.
Calendar says summer is over, and before long, several radio programs that took a layoff during the warm months will return to the air. Calling All Cars, as you are aware, takes no vacation. Like the minions of the law, of whose achievements this program tells, and like Rio Grande cracked gasoline, it takes no holiday, is always on the job. Incidentally, friends, that is only one reason why Rio Grande cracked is the gasoline of public service, the most highly recommended in all the West. The drivers of your police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other public serving equipment prefer Rio Grande Cracked for other reasons. They take their hats off to this great motor fuel because it's quicker starting, no choke acceleration, maximum power, speed, and money-saving mileage are all rolled into one phrase: real police car performance. There is only one Rio Grande Cracked gasoline, and you'll get the same superior motor fuel as that which powers the cars of your public servants. Get a tank full of Rio Grande Cracked in the morning, friends, and begin getting the best your car can give. The authentic facts presented in this program are on file in the Record Division of the Los Angeles Police Department. We have therefore asked Chief of Police James E. Davis to open our program. Chief Davis.
Tonight's story is one of those storybook affairs that occurs in every department of law enforcement sometime or another. Because as long as men let passion rule them, there will be crimes of violence. And as long as there are crimes of violence, it will be necessary for police officers to use their wits to capture the criminal. Irrespective of the criminal's motives, his intellect, or his method, he will eventually awake to the fact that very definitely crime is not a paying proposition. Just how this fact was brought home to the man in tonight's story, we shall learn as the program progresses. I shall reserve further comment to the end of the program.
Scat! Get out of here, you black devil! Scat!
Dan Markheim, set that kettle low. Don't you throw that.
On the morning of July 17, 1932, a woman walked into the Bureau of Missing Persons in the Los Angeles Police Department.
Good morning. May I do something for you?
Well, I'd like to know how to go about finding a missing person. They told me in the homicide room across the hall that I'd have to come over here.
Well, that depends a great deal on the circumstances surrounding the disappearance.
Well, perhaps I could put it this way. If I could give you all the information you need about the person, will you have to question anybody else?
Well, not if there are no criminal elements involved.
Oh, I'm sure there are not. You see, I'm not even sure my sister... It's my sister I'm hunting for. I'm not even sure she has disappeared. Her husband says she's just gone away for a visit.
Well, doesn't he know where she is?
No, he says he doesn't. You see, he's a very timid man. Sort of, Casper Milquetoast type, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I guess I do.
I wouldn't want him to know that I made this report. It would upset him.
Well, how long has your sister been gone?
Well, it's almost 3 months now.
3 months? And you're just now questioning it?
Oh, yes. You see, she's gone lots of times before without telling any of us where she was going. But, well, this is the first time she's been gone so long.
Well, if you'll just give me a description of your sister, we'll get out a bulletin on it. We'll let you know if we hear anything.
Oh, thank you so much. I do hope nothing's happened to her.
In the months that followed, Vera Dresden made inquiries concerning her sister, but always the Bureau of Missing Persons reported no trace of the missing woman. 3 years pass. Vera has risen steadily from an extra player to bit parts in pictures, and at last has received her first important part.
Hey, shut that music off! I think a toast is in order.
Well, it had better be good. I'm just beginning to get this cowboy interested in dancing.
Oh, shucks, Miss Vera. I can throw a steer a whole lot better than I can dance.
You're telling me?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start over. Hey, dearly beloved, we're gathered here in the presence of this radio and these witnesses to do honor to a most clever and promising young actress, Vera Dresden. Right from there. Here's to the day when we celebrate Vera's first star in park. For an actress that's been promised a star's part, you sure look mighty forlorn, Miss Vera. You ain't going moody on us, are you?
Oh, no, but I'm not going moody. I was just thinking about my sister.
You ain't never heard from her, have you?
No, it's been 3 years now.
I thought you and Dolly was pretty fond of each other.
We were. We were twins, you know.
Yeah.
I saw Dan on the street this afternoon. That brought it all back. First time I've seen him for almost a year.
Daniel the mouse. I don't blame Dolly for walking out on him.
Oh, for crying out loud. Who's that?
I'll go see.
No, I'll just... Oh, it's you. Well, I was expecting you.
Greetings, my beautiful sister-in-law. May I come into your parlor?
Yes, come on in. I'm just in the mood to tell you a few things.
Well, if it ain't Daniel, the lime tamer.
And drunk as a lord.
Well, shut my boots. So the little rabbit is drunk.
Yeah, I'm drunk. So what? And I ain't no rabbit. I'm a man, see?
Yes, you must be. If you were half a man, you'd have my sister with you. Or at least know where she is.
Maybe I do, sister. Maybe I do.
Oh, forget it. Let's have a drink.
Sure, I'll have a drink.
How long have you been drinking this time?
What's it to you? I'll drink if I want to. I'm a human being, see? I got my rights. All of my life I've been kidded and kicked around. But I'm a man, see? Sure, I'll drink. Because when I drink, nobody kids me. They haven't got the nerve.
I'll bet you read a mean dime novel.
Listen, I'll knock your teeth out if you talk to me.
Oh, give him a drink. Give him a big one.
All right.
If he ever took candy away from a baby, I'd respect him more than I do now.
Maybe I ought to hog time so we'll all be saved.
Laugh, you saps. That's all you got in your empty heads is foolish ideas. Stop twiddling your thumbs for it annoys me.
I'll do what I please.
I said stop it! There. That's better. Much better. Now, let's have a little radio music. A little appropriate music, if we can find it. I'm going to tell you a story.
Oh, shut that thing off.
Quiet, you. I'll tell you, all you brave people, a story, a ghost story. Quiet. Have you ever been in an old house that creaked when the wind blew against it? When the rain on the roof made a groaning noise that seemed to be a part of the damp air that made the candle flames motionless as the eyes of a ghoul? The storm had smothered every other form of lighter life except hers. And there she sat, reviling me with her eyes. I think she knew I wanted to kill her, just as she had killed my soul with her hate. And reading my thoughts, she taunted and dared me with her eyes because she didn't know I'd been planning this night for months. She thought I was weak and spineless. Even when my hands were about her throat, she looked at me with such loathing it seemed I was being suffocated instead of her. You know I'm going to kill you now, don't you? I'll make you believe it. You can't cheat me out of the only moment I've ever been your equal. You're dying. You're dying. Stop looking at me that way.
You murdered. You murdered my sister. Oh, call the police. Call the police.
Daniel Markheim was taken into custody, lodged in the Hollywood police station. Next morning, Detective Lieutenant White and his partner Joe Page interview the prisoner.
Well, there he is, boys. The tamest killer I ever saw.
A hangover like that bird's got would tame anybody.
About the worst third degree you could give that guy is to hold a cup of black coffee just out of his reach.
Hey, you. Come on. We want to talk to you.
Oh, my head.
Sit up. Come on, tell us your story, and we'll give you a nice new box of aspirin.
Go away.
Where'd you hide your wife's body after you murdered her?
Let me lie down.
Oh, no, you don't. Come on, open up.
Tell us where you hid your wife's body, and we'll let you lie down. A long time.
I don't know what you're talking about. Go away.
Come on. Stop stalling.
I don't suppose you remember anything about last night.
Where am I?
In the lion's den, Daniel.
And you'll have as much chance of getting out of one as you'll have this.
What am I in a jail for? Oh, my head.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This is getting a little tiresome. You remember going to a party last night?
No.
You don't remember going to your sister-in-law's home and telling her you had killed your wife?
Me? To my wife? Are you crazy? Is this a joke?
It's no joke, sonny boy. There were several witnesses to your confession. So just quit the act and let's save a lot of time.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I bet you don't.
Honest, I don't. I don't remember a thing about last night. I remember reading some books and drinking a little liquor, but that's all.
How about the trip to your sister-in-law's house?
Well, I remember going there, but it's the last thing I do remember.
Oh, one of those white flame cases, huh?
All right, Markheim. Here's the story you told at the party. See if it'll ring the bell inside of that thick head of yours. Now, according to the witnesses, you came in drunk. They started kidding you about being a mousy little guy, and you started getting tough about it.
Seems like I do remember something like that.
Then you got to feeling brave. You decided you'd impress the gang. You gave them all the gory details. And whether you remember it or not, you're being held for the murder of your wife. And you'll save yourself a lot of trouble if you'll just tell us what you did with her.
But I don't know what you're talking about.
We'll find out sooner or later, Dan.
But this is all a mistake, officer. You see, I like to read murder and horror stories, and when I drink, I get to thinking about them. It makes me feel brave. Some of the things I've read come to my mind, and then, well, I talk about them. That must be what happened last night.
That's a good story. Keep it up.
But it's the truth. I don't know what I said last night, but Vera and the rest of them must have been drunk, or they would have known that I hadn't really done anything to Dolly. Why, I love her more than anything in the world.
All right. We'll find out whose mistake it is when we find the body. Come on, Joe. Let's go.
What do you make of it, John?
It's about the funniest case I've ever seen. I'll bet that little runt never takes another drink as long as he lives.
Do you believe his story?
Sure I do. That guy's suffering from an inferiority and a frustration complex. He gets drunk to make himself believe he's a big shot and a tough guy. Here, take a look at this report. Now, according to this statement from the witnesses, this guy Markheim didn't say he killed anybody. They just put two and two together.
Well, yeah, that's about all the district attorney does, but he usually gets a conviction out of it.
But if anybody had ever been found to answer to that woman's description, we'd have a record of it. That dame probably walked off with the first he-man she met. She figured would beat her up regularly.
All right, psychologist. Me, I'm just a plain cop that plays hunches. This may turn out to be a course in psychology for me, but I'm going to play my hunch to the limit.
What are you going to do? Read a horror story or listen to Black Chapel?
No, but that gives me an idea. Let's take a run out to the place where Daniel used to live before his wife disappeared.
Won't do any good.
What makes you think so?
We haven't got any howling wind or black cat.
Oh, nuts. Come on.
I don't want to buy anything.
Whoa, wait a minute. We're not selling anything. We just want to ask you a few questions. We're police officers.
Police? Well, what do you want here?
Now, there isn't anything to be alarmed about, lady. We'd just like to know how long you've been living here.
Oh, I don't see what you want to know that for.
Now, why don't you tell us and don't argue about it?
Well, about 3 years. And that's 3 years too long.
Why, don't you like the place?
No, I don't like the place. Come on inside, and I'll show you why.
That's what we've been trying to do for 5 minutes.
We're moving out of this dump next month. I don't want to spend another rainy season here. This place gives me the creeps. The wind howls and makes funny noises. And we can't keep the dampness out. Besides, I think the place is haunted.
Well, you mean you believe in ghosts?
Oh, no, I don't, but whoever lived here before we did must have. Look here. For instance, now, here's what I mean. See this button?
Sure. What about it?
Well, just watch the wall when I push this button.
Oh, secret compartment, huh?
Yes, and they're all over the place. Here's a fake dagger we found in one of them. Here, look in this drawer.
Toy guns and some old surgical instruments.
And a lot of cheap detective...
Huh?
detective magazines.
Oh. Did you notice anything else peculiar about the house when you moved in?
Oh, nothing in particular, except that it had green lights all over the place that made it look like a morgue.
You say you're moving out soon?
Just as soon as my month's up. About 2 weeks from now.
You don't know if the house has been rented, do you?
If they ever rent this barn again, it'll be a miracle.
Well, thanks.
You needn't talk too much about our being here.
Oh, I'll keep quiet.
Thanks for showing us the place.
You're welcome.
This is going to be good. Wait till the boys hear about your ghost killer.
Go ahead and laugh, cop. You haven't heard the last one yet.
Neither you, Joe. Neither have you.
Markheim was released because of Lackadens. Weeks passed with Detective Page spending weary and apparently fruitless hours studying the characteristics and mental processes of Daniel Markheim. They were apparently unvaried and seemed to lead nowhere.
Hello, Dan. Mind if I sit down?
Well, there's my friend Joe Page. Sit down, Joe, sit down. Still interested in my criminal tendencies?
No, not particularly.
At least you understand me, even if you're not my friend. Oh, but I haven't any friends. You're most welcome, my friend. Sit down. Have a drink?
No, thanks. I just stopped by on my way home.
Of course. Listen, Page, I'm not a dope. I've never taken a drink without you popping up beside me. You're just like a detective in a fiction story. It's all right with me. I enjoy it, but you're just wasting your time.
Is that so?
Sure. How'd you like to hear me recite?
Go ahead.
My life is but a travesty and slander on myself. I have lived to belie my nature. All men do. All men are better than this disguise that grows about and stifles them.
You see each dragged away by life, like one whom bravos have seized and muffled in a cloak.
Say, you're pretty good.
Well, I've read that story, too. It's Markheim by Stevenson.
Smart guy, aren't you, Page?
Well, not particularly, but I've read a few horror tales in my time.
Well, here's one you haven't heard. He was a madman, tortured by the thought that she constantly reviled him. But there was one supreme moment worth living eternity for. To hear her begging for her life. Let's see you finish that one, Joseph.
You never can tell. Maybe I will. Hey, you're a nice guy when you're sober, Dan. Why don't you stay that way?
Sure I'm nice. Too nice. When I was a kid, I was always so nice I got beat up by every kid that couldn't lick anybody else. Then my old man would lick me for not fighting back. But now, it's different. Look at these morons around here. They think they're my superior just because they're bigger and tougher than I am. I know different. They haven't got my nerve.
When you've been drinking.
What's the difference? Why can't that guy be still?
Does he annoy you?
If he doesn't stop that kicking, I'll shove him down his throat.
You better sit still. You get a sock in the puss.
So I'll get a sock in the puss. Hey, come on. Wake up. Get up on your feet.
What's eating there? Keep away from me before I smack you.
Oh, yeah?
Okay, buddy. You asked for it.
Hey, Dan. Come on, snap out of it. You hurt?
Forget it.
Weeks went by. Summer gave way to autumn, and autumn became winter. Other headlines grew where the story of Dan Markheim had once flourished. The machinery of the law relentlessly ground out its investigation. Murder, suicide, robbery, all that goes to make the criminal activities of a great city, kept officers Dwight and Page occupied with routine duties. Then, early one morning in December, the two officers called at the apartment of Vera Dresden.
Miss Dresden, you're an actress, aren't you?
Well, what's my opinion against so many others?
Huh? Oh. Well, I mean, professionally speaking.
Oh, I have hopes in that direction.
Well, I don't know when I've had as tough a case as this one of your sister's disappearance, nor one that I was as sure of. I think I'm right in what I've figured out on this case, but I'm going to need your help.
In what way?
Would you be willing to try a little acting experiment along with Lieutenant Dwight here?
Oh, surely. Anything I can.
I understand you and your sister are twins.
Yes. We were often mistaken for each other.
Did she have any peculiarities? I mean, little things that might make an impression on a person?
I don't exactly understand you.
I think Joe means, was she in the habit of doing anything that might get on a person's nerves?
Oh. Well, as a matter of fact, she did. She used to crack her knuckles.
Crack her knuckles?
She'd sit sort of looking straight ahead and crack her knuckles like this.
Enough of that would get anybody.
Anything else?
Yes, she used to whistle through her teeth.
I see. Did she do much reading?
No, she did very little. She would just sit with that faraway look in her eyes that made you wonder what she was thinking about.
I thought so.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Did she have any pets? A dog, cat, canary, anything like that?
Now, let me see. Oh, yes, I believe she did. I believe she had a cat.
What kind of a cat?
I don't remember much about it.
Was it a black cat?
Well, yes. Yes, it was. How did you know?
He's been reading a book.
Have you seen that cat since your sister disappeared?
Well, come to think of it, I don't believe I have.
You sure you wouldn't mind putting on a little act for us?
Of course not. Anything you ask.
Well, thanks a lot, Miss Dresden. We'll get in touch with you later.
Come on in. At least you're somebody to talk to, and I've got to talk to somebody, even if it is a cop.
You know, that's what I like about you, Dan, your friendly attitude. Found a job yet?
Nope.
Where do you get the dough for the liquor?
I manage.
Well, I've got something that might interest you. It's not a job, but knowing your queer mental quirks, I think at least you'd find it diverting.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I've spent a lot of evenings being entertained by you. I thought maybe I could amuse you a little. You're not afraid, are you?
Well, I don't know.
But here's your chance to show that you're a man without being stewed to the gills. You got the nerve, or haven't you?
Sure. Why not?
Well, you better get some warm clothes on. It's pretty raw outside.
Well, can't we wait until the storm's over?
What's the matter? Losing your nerve already?
I haven't got any to lose.
All right, let's go.
Well, where are we going?
Well, maybe we'll open up a keg of nails. You're going to feel right at home tonight, Dan.
Is that so?
Here's the car. We're going to have to hurry. We'll be late.
Late? For what?
Say, do you like mystery stories?
Yes. But what's that got to do with it?
I thought you might be able to help me solve one.
Well, I'm not so good at solving mysteries.
Maybe you never tried.
Well, I've tried, but I've never solved anything.
Maybe you have, but so many people solve things the wrong way.
What are you bringing me down here for?
You recognize the place?
Why, yes, but why?
Well, you told me you'd help me solve a mystery.
Well, sure. Why not?
Come on, let's get in out of this rain.
I like the rain and the wind. I understand it.
I don't. Come on.
Home again. Hey, what are you going around the back way for?
That's the only key I've got. Come on, hurry up.
The key still whispers the same thing. The door hasn't changed a bit. Makes the same sound.
All right, come on.
The lights. They're just the same.
Yeah. Listen.
It's Dolly. It's a trick. I know it's a trick. I'm sober. It's not true.
Keep quiet. You remember that rocking chair?
Yeah, I used to sit in it and read, and she sat over there, and, well, it's her. It's Dolly.
Will you stop that? You have to make those noises.
Please don't drink any more, Dan. Please don't.
Well, why don't you get out if you don't like it?
You know I can't go out on a night like this.
Well, then stop that infernal noise. I'm reading.
The storm drowned all noises. There was no sound that could be heard above the shrieking of the wind. Do you hear that? It says that right here in the book.
Oh, yes, I hear it. Why do you have to read those awful stories?
Because I like them, and I don't like the noises you make.
I'm sorry, Daniel. I didn't mean...
Oh, you don't mean anything, do you? You're just another bully that despises me, aren't you? You're not strong enough to beat me, so you annoy me with your whistling and cracking your knuckles. You think I'll go away, don't you? You think I'm afraid to put you away, don't you? You think I'm too weak. You think I'm a coward. Scat! Get out of here, you black devil! Scat!
Dan Markland, let that cat alone. Don't you throw that!
Now, I'll tend to you.
Put that down. Dan! Put that down!
You can't bully me this time.
Dan!
There. It serves you right. Serves you right. I told you not to annoy me.
No, Dolly. I didn't mean to hit you so hard. I didn't mean it. Dolly, speak to me. I didn't mean it. I just meant to scare you.
Markheim, come back here.
I'll tell you all about it. I'll tell you. That's not the way it happened. It was that cat. That black devil of a cat that made me do it.
All right, tell us about it.
Well, one day we went down in the cellar. Dolly and I. I was going to cut up some old boxes. I had a hatchet in my hand. The cat followed me down the steep stairs and nearly throwing me headlong exasperated me to madness. Uplifting an axe and forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal, which of course would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into a rage, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon the spot without a groan.
For the love of Mike.
Oh, no.
That's a swell story, Markheim. Now tell the truth.
What do you mean?
That happens to be a quotation from Poe's story, The Black Cat.
Oh, smart guy, aren't you?
I told you I'd read those stories, Dan. Now suppose you tell us the truth.
All right, wise guy. Come on downstairs. And you'd better switch on the light, Paige.
Oh, the horrible green light.
Oh, you don't like these lights, do you, darling sister? Well, maybe you like this better.
Skeleton of a dead cat.
A black cat, Lieutenant. And here's another panel you didn't know about, did you?
Put that gun down.
Sure, I killed her. And I hid her body where you'll never find it. But I didn't mean to, I tell you. I was too much of a coward.
Put that gun down.
Don't come any closer, Paige. Stay where you are, all of you. I'm not too much of a coward for this. I'll show you I've got some nerve left. Oh!
Well, he did it.
Yeah. I didn't think he had it in him.
In just a moment, Chief Davis will conclude our program. During that brief moment, friends, may I remind you that you can't fool yourself nor your car by using less than the best of petroleum products. I mean Rio Grande Cracked, the gasoline of police car performance, and Realube, the newest and finest motor oil sold in the West. And now, Chief Davis.
Daniel Markheim saved the state the expense of a trial. But again, he had overplayed his part. Through the intelligence and tenacity of police officers, the real disappearance of Dolly Markheim was finally solved. Investigation carried on in connection with the writing of this particular program brought forth the information that the missing woman, tiring of the melodramatic actions of her husband, had simply walked out. She died recently of tuberculosis in a San Francisco hospital.
Thank you, Chief Davis.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Cancel broadcast 252 regarding a missing person. That's all. Rosenfeld.
narrator Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for Rio Grande. Copyrighted program created by Rio Grande.
Sonoma County Sheriff's Office calling all cars. Attention all cars to broadcast 253 regarding a barking dog. Investigate the trouble. That's all. Rosenwood.
While an anxious world awaits the events which a few more hours may bring to Europe, with inevitable repercussions in this our native land, there is being waged within our own borders a relentless war against the lustful legions of the underworld. And in this oft-times mortal combat, it is the constant vigilance and perfect fighting equipment of our army of the law that triumphs over the surprise attacks of the enemies of society. We are proud of the considerable part played in each victory of law and order by Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Deeply gratified are we that more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other public service equipment are sped on their emergency errands by Rio Grande cracked wherever it is sold than any other brand. We are proud of the fact that heads of our California state and federal government and tens of thousands of motorists have joined the long list of city and county officials in bringing the public service record of this truly superior motor fuel to an all-time high. If your motor doesn't snap to attention at your first command, if it fails to obey orders, as it should, drive into the red and white Rio Grande station in your neighborhood and enlist the aid of Rio Grande Cracked. Get police car performance in your car with Rio Grande Cracked, the most highly recommended public serving gasoline sold in the West. The story we are to hear tonight.
Superstition on the air.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? You're about to hear another playlet in a series designed to disclose the origin of superstitions. This one deals with the popular belief that if a black cat crosses your path, it is a sign of bad luck.
George, don't drive so fast.
Why, I'm only doing 35.
Well, I don't care. It's too fast, isn't it, Joe?
Well, I don't know. 35 miles an hour isn't considered very fast nowadays, Mrs. Dillon.
Yes, but I don't think George, why are you turning off here? This isn't the way to the Mitchells.
Please, darling, will you let me drive? I know what I'm doing. This is a shortcut, and
Stop! George, stop the car!
What's the matter, dear?
Didn't you see that black cat run across the road ahead of us?
Black cat? Why, no,
Was that all? Good night. I almost went through the windshield when you pulled up like that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe, but I didn't want George to pass where that black cat crossed.
Why not?
Well, we'd probably have an accident or some bad luck. You'd better turn back, George, and take the longer road.
I should say so.
You don't mean to tell me you're going back just on account of that black cat?
We certainly are. I'm not looking for any trouble.
And quite right, too.
Ah, superstition. What absurdities are committed in thy name?
You wouldn't find it very absurd if we were all hurt or killed.
Anyway, Joe, black cats are unlucky.
Well, it's a good thing that there's no spirit of a good old Egyptian around to hear you say that.
Well, what do you mean? What's Egypt got to do with this?
Oh, nothing much. It's just that the ancient Egyptians regarded the black cat as so sacred that they used to mummify them by the thousands.
Why, I never heard of anything so ridiculous.
Maybe. But just the same, black cats were highly venerated in those days. And for thousands of years, even into the early medieval days, until an incident that happened in Ireland changed the opinion of a great many people. Otherwise, we'd probably still think black cats were all right.
It must have been some incident.
Yes, it was. And it was all over the disappearance of a beautiful young girl.
How interesting. Tell us about it, Joe.
Well, this beautiful young girl, whose name was Sheila, lived in the little seacoast town of Wicklow in Ireland. And in this same town was a peculiar old woman, Sarah O'Connor by name. She was generally regarded as a witch because of her eccentricities and mysterious behavior. But the truth of the matter was that she was a clever go-between for many unsavory transactions.
When did all this happen, Joe?
In the early medieval days, about 900 after the Christ, to be exact.
Good old Joe. Always got his dates straight.
Stop interrupting, George, and pay attention to your driving. Go on with the story, Joe.
This Sarah O'Connor was in league with a gang of thieves who delivered to her their ill-gotten gains stolen in Dublin and other towns. She, in turn, contracted with a Simeon Lowndes, a crafty seafaring merchant who docked once a year at the harbor of Wicklow to take the stolen valuables and sell them to other ports. One night, he and Sarah were discussing their illegal business.
Sure, and the devil himself couldn't trace the straight of that clever plan, Master Lowndes.
Aye, it's a good plan, Sarah.
And then you'll take the stuff aboard tomorrow.
Yes, for I sail the day after. And by the way, Sarah, there's another little matter I would speak of.
Yes, and what might it be, Master Lowndes?
For many weeks I've seen a beautiful damsel pass by my house every evening and cross the moorlands. She is of medium height, blue of eye, and she...
Has she tossing black ringlets and skin like a rose petal?
Aye, the very one. Who is she?
Sure, her name is Sheila. But there'll be small chance for ye, should you be thinking of marrying the girl, for she's already betrothed to a young lad with whom she and her family are well satisfied.
Who spoke of marrying? Listen to me. I must have that girl. The very sight of her fires my blood. Get her for me, Sarah O'Connor.
And what will it mean to me, Master Lowndes, if I succeed?
You shall be well rewarded for your pains with a heavy purse, my dear. See that she is on board my ship tomorrow night, but work carefully, for should any suspicion fall upon me, it will go very hard with you.
Do not fear, Master Lowndes.
Very well, then. Now, how do you plan to go about it?
Well, you send me 2 of your most trustworthy men. Let them come ashore in a small boat and land just about a half-mile on the other side of old Dugan's hut. That's a lonely stretch of the beach, and they'll be unobserved.
But the girl does not go so near the seacoast. She doesn't...
I know. She goes to visit her old granny, who lives about a mile across the moors. Now then, the man will leave the boat and go across the moorlands, a half a mile from the sea's edge. There's a hill on which are some huge stone ruins, and just beyond the hill slopes down into a little dell. The men are to hide in the ruins and await the coming of the girl and myself.
What do you mean? You are not going to allow yourself to be seen with her?
Do I look a fool, Master Lowndes? Nay, I shall keep close watch on her tomorrow, and when I see she's about ready to leave her home, I'll go ahead of her and continue as far as the road that crosses her path at the edge of the town.
You mean the crossroad that is alongside the wall that edges my garden?
Aye, then I'll slip into the garden through the gate that is in the wall, and from there I can observe when she passes. And if she's alone, for sometimes her little friend Kathleen accompanies her, if that is the case, we'll have to wait another day.
But if people see you ahead of her, they may still implicate you in her disappearance.
You forget that me old cousin is your housekeeper and that I visit her often. And by the way, have you spoken to anyone else of your interest in this girl?
Nay, no one knows that I have even looked upon her.
Good.
What do you mean?
Then no suspicion will fall upon you, should you bear witness that I had spent much time in your household with me old cousin.
I see, yes. Good. Very good. Well, then, I will send them in tomorrow to the place you have mentioned.
And tell them to wait for my signal before they seize the girl. When I say dreary, dreary stretch, that will be the signal. All the rest I will manage.
Very good. But remember, Sarah, there must be no slip-up.
Have no fear, Master Lowndes. Sarah O'Connor does not bungle what she undertakes to do.
Aye, you're a shrewd one. Then you will have her aboard my ship tomorrow night.
Aye.
Well, good night, Sarah.
Good night to ye, Master Lowndes.
Such a foggy afternoon, Sheila. Why do you have to visit your grandmother today?
I couldn't bear to disappoint her, since she's been so ill, Kathleen.
Well, I'll walk part of the way with you. You're so thoughtful, Sheila, and I know how dearly she loves you.
She's been very good to me, you know, Kathleen.
Yes. Do you remember how she used to give us sweets when... Oh, Sheila, look. There's that old witch, Sarah O'Connor, ahead of us.
Hush, Kathleen, that's not kind of you. Besides, no one can be sure that she is a witch, for she's never done anything wicked that anyone has known to be true.
I don't care. She gives me the shivers whenever I look at her.
I think she looks rather sad and kindly.
Just the same, I don't like her. She's turned down a high lane road now. Thank goodness she's out of my sight.
Oh, Kathleen, it isn't like you to speak so ill of someone.
Oh, look at that big black cat, Sheila.
Where? Oh, I see it. It's running across the road ahead of us.
Yes, that's it. Oh, I hate cats. They're such slinky beasties.
What a big one it is, Kathleen.
And so black, too. Well, here we are at the crossroads, Sheila, and I think I'd better be turning back now. Why, where's old Sarah? I don't see her down the road, and yet it was only a few minutes ago that she turned this very corner.
Yes, I know. Well, I guess we walked slower than we imagined.
Oh, no, she's disappeared completely. Why, she couldn't have gone the full length of the road in such a short time. That's strange. You know, Sheila, my mother says that sometimes witches turn themselves into black cats. I wonder...
Oh, don't be silly, Kathleen. It's surely not such a long way around this walled-in garden, even if it does look big. So don't get any foolish ideas. Besides, she couldn't have vanished into thin air.
Not unless she happened to be a witch.
Oh, bosh, Kathleen. Well, I must be getting on my way. It's already turning dusk.
Really, I don't think you ought to go on, Sheila. After all, that's so peculiar about old Sarah. Won't you be afraid to come back alone?
Of course not. Well, I'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye, Sheila. Now be careful.
Don't you worry about me. Goodbye, Kathleen. How dark it's getting. Yes, is that you, Kathleen?
Nay, it is Sarah O'Connor. Might I walk along with ye?
Why, certainly.
'Tis a bit late for a young girl to be walking these moorlands alone. Aren't she afraid of the fae folk, my dearie?
I'm going on an errand of good, Sarah O'Connor, so why should I fear evil? Surely the Lord will protect his own.
Aye, perhaps. But 'tis a dreary, dreary stretch of wasteland here, dearie. There, dearie. This won't hurt ye. 'Tis only a sleeping potion. Hurry, men. Tie her up quickly.
Aye,
Pile her into the sack, and off with her now to your master.
And so the family and friends of Sheila searched for her without success. Kathleen told them of her strange misgivings when old Sarah had disappeared so suddenly, and the black cat had come from the very direction in which she had gone. But Sarah proved through witnesses supplied by Simeon Lowndes she was not implicated in Sheila's disappearance. So the people came to the conclusion that Sheila, by crossing the black cat's path, entered into the realm of Satan's power. For as they stated, Kathleen, who had not crossed the path, was unharmed. So you see, the black cat was blamed for something it wasn't responsible for.
How do you figure that? Why, that poor girl crossed the black cat's path and had bad luck.
Oh, no. Don't you see that whether the black cat had crossed her path or not, she'd have been kidnapped anyway?
That's right, darling.
Well, maybe, but...
Look out, George! That dog looks like it was. Look out!
Good heavens. The whole front of the car is wrecked. And it isn't even insured.
And you took this road to avoid crossing a black cat's path.
And even when George gets the bill for the repairs, no doubt he and Mrs. Dillon will believe that if a black cat crosses their path, it's unlucky, which only proves that beliefs die hard. Au revoir, and good luck to you.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a Halloween killing and ended with a black cat's sweet revenge.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Yes, Halloween had come and gone, but tonight was still a good night for any leftover spooks, witches, or black cats as the hallowed eve itself. The rain came down like a million little hammers as I sloshed down the street. It was a tough night to be out, but I had to have a story for tomorrow morning's paper, and the public isn't interested if you get your feet wet doing it. Tonight I was digging in the garbage of Chicago for a yard. The Madison district. Wooden houses that lean crazily to one side, apartment houses put together with spit and orange crates. Great spot for a cynic. It was on the corner of Martin Street. 2 or 3 shadowy figures stood staring at a big, ugly black cat on the street. He walked around in circles like some demented thing, its yellow eyes catching the light from the street lamp above. An old man was trying to coax it away.
You got to come home with me. I got milk for you. Honest, I have. And a warm fire. You like to be warm, don't you?
Well, that cat's gone crazy, old-timer. I wouldn't go near it if I were you.
Yeah, she's been acting like that since they took Nick Corby's body away, almost an hour ago. Won't let anyone near her.
Well, they shouldn't have done it. Nick won't like Tilly standing out here in the rain.
I won't mind too much, Mike. Him being dead.
Come on, Pop. I'll take you home. The cat'll come in after a while.
They killed him, and Tilly knows who done it. Ain't you going to tell me who done it, Tilly?
What's with that old guy?
It'll off. Harmless, though.
What about this Corby?
Went out for a walk with a cat. Somebody heisted him, took his dough, and left a bullet hole in his head. Good exchange, huh?
Cops get anything at all?
Nah, didn't bother much. Asked a few questions and shoveled him into the meat wagon.
I call her and she won't come.
Well. Well, I guess I'll be moving on.
Yeah, me too. Hey, you want to know something?
Yeah, always.
This'll give you a laugh. You look just like him.
Like who?
You look just like Nick Corby.
Before or after the bullet? So I plugged up the hole in my head and started walking away. Nothing here for me. Another Madison Street special. Guy robbed and killed. He'll stay dead, and the man with the gun will go on living. I'd gone 5 or 6 yards when I heard someone calling.
Hey, mister!
Oh, what is it, Pop?
Tilly, she's following you. There she is. You see her?
Well, yeah, so she is. Come here, you scrawny thing.
Oh,
Hey, this ugly old doll's going for me.
Oh, she likes you.
What's the matter, Tilly? Things getting tough?
Hey, will you pick her up and take her to my place?
All right, Pop. All right, where do you live?
Right here, the Martin apartment.
Okay. Up you come, you black banshee.
Oh. 50 steps going down. Here, in the basement. I'm the janitor here. Come in and warm up a bit.
No, thank you. No, thank you. Here's your cat. I've got to get moving.
Tilly don't want you to go. You hadn't ought to. She don't want you to.
You tell her I'm practically engaged to someone else. So long. I'd like to have accepted the old man's invitation to stay in for a short talk with him and the cat, but there didn't seem to be any room for the three of us. So I walked back upstairs, flagged a cab, and sank down in the seat. But before the driver could close the door, something jumped at me and landed in my lap. It was the cat. Driver, just a minute.
What is it?
I gotta take this cat back. I'll be out in a few minutes.
Hey, look, mister, I'm losing fares. On a night like this, everyone wants a cat. I ain't waiting.
Nice boy. Come on, Tilly. Mike, here, come take the cat.
Oh, she went after you, and I couldn't stop her. She likes you. And when she likes a man, she don't let go of him. That's the way it was with Nick. That's no use. You can't get away from her. Maybe she thinks you're Nick. Oh, you look a lot like him, a lot.
I'll show her my birth certificate sometimes. Mike. Mike, what are you doing with that gun?
Oh, I'm cleaning it. You got to clean them all the time. They don't work. I was a soldier, and I ought to know. You got to clean them and clean them.
Look, Mike, if the cat won't stay with you, why don't you take it back to Nick Corby's wife?
No, I wouldn't do that. Mrs. Corby's afraid of the cat. She even tried to kill her once, but Tilly was too smart. Shh. Mrs. Corby tried to kill Nick, too.
How do you know?
Nick told me. He was my friend. He played checkers with me, and you know what? He didn't call me Crazy Mike like the rest of them. He'd give me his gun to keep for him after that time Mrs. Corby shot at him.
Is that the one you're cleaning now?
No, his is hid.
Mm-hmm. Where does Mrs. Corby live?
Oh, right here in this building. Did you know? Number 18.
Well, maybe I'll go up and have a talk with you. You lock Tilly in the other room. I'll go up and see her.
You ain't gonna tell her, are you?
Tell her what?
That I'm gonna kill her?
Old Mike wasn't going to do any killing with that gun. I hadn't liked the vacant look in his eyes and the tight lines around his mouth, so while we'd been talking, I'd slipped the magazine into my pocket. But it still left him pretty dangerous. So I thought I'd better go up and have a talk with Mrs. Corby.
Who's there?
Mr. Stone.
Oh, come in. I'm so glad you came. Sit down.
Thank you.
You don't look like a policeman.
I'm not. I'm a reporter.
Did the police send you?
Oh, not exactly.
Oh, I might have known. What's another killing to them when it happens on Madison? Who am I to ask for protection? Who am I to be worried about a crazy man saying he's going to kill me?
Well, maybe I can help.
Can you bring back my husband? Can you bring him back so that he'll pay the rent every month and see that I have something to eat and a dress to wear? Can you bring back the feeling I had of belonging to someone? That's the way it was till the cat came. That's who killed him.
The cat?
Yes. He said he was going out tonight. I told him, go, Nick. Now, don't you go,
Or what?
Nothing. She couldn't stand seeing us happy. He put his arms around me. That cat would come whining and scratching at me, hating me with everything in her.
Oh, look, Mrs. Corby, you're upset now.
Always talking and whispering to each other till I go crazy mad. Nick stroking her and the cat purring and mocking me. I tried to poison her. I tried to shoot her. But I couldn't. She's too clever.
Well, the police will get at it, Mrs. Corby, in a few days. The whole thing will blow over.
I told them who did it. They said they'd look into it, but they won't till it's too late. That's the way the cops work around here.
I'm kind of confused, lady. Just who is it you're talking about?
Mike.
Mike? Did he kill your husband? Why?
Because he's crazy, that's why. Talking soft and low one minute and the next a raving maniac. He'll kill me, too, if the police don't stop him. What's that?
It's only the cat at the window.
Get away from there! You sneaking, lying thing!
I'll kill you. I will. You hear?
Take hold of yourself, lady. Take hold of yourself. It's only a cat.
A cat? It's a she-devil. A scheming, rotten she-devil. Now you get away or I'll throw this...
She picked up the empty bottle and threw it at the window, and the cat disappeared. For a few minutes, I thought Mrs. Corby had gone out of her mind. I finally quieted her down. She wouldn't let me leave her at first. But when I told her I was just going to bring the police back, she locked herself in the room and told me to hurry. When I got out into the hallway, old Mike was standing by, an empty grin on his face. What are you doing up here?
Just listening. I like to hear people yell.
Well, you come on downstairs. I want to talk to you.
I made some tea for us. I like tea.
How did Tilly get out?
I opened the door, and out she came.
Uh-huh. Did you want her to scare Mrs. Corby?
Yeah. Worked good, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mike, tell me, did you like scaring people, or is it just Mrs. Corby?
Here's your tea. I like tea.
Thanks, Mike.
Mrs. Corby don't like old Mike. She thinks I'm crazy. You?
You think I'd be here talking about important things if I thought you were?
Yeah, we got important things to talk about.
Mike, why do you want to kill Mrs. Corby?
She's a bad woman. Always running around with that Mr. Baydell. You know, the one that plays the music.
And Nick didn't like that?
No, Nick didn't like the music, man. He hit him once, made him bleed all over.
Oh, when was this?
Day before yesterday. They was fighting about Nick's wife. And Mr. Baydell said, I'll kill you for this.
Do you think he did?
On a dark corner, in the rain, when nobody was watching, they'd done it to him. I got to kill her for that. And him, too.
I'll tell you what, Mike. I'll go down and get the police here, and they'll look after it.
You know what? I lost part of my gun, and I can't use it.
Well, you won't need it. I'm going for the cops.
Oh, it takes them too long. I'll do it with Nick's gun. I got it hid for him.
Where is it?
I hid it good. It's under my bed. It's in this box.
Let me take a look at it.
Oh, it ain't here. It's gone.
You are listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. What's big? Well, the Grand Canyon is tremendous. Mount Everest is gigantic. And the Big Show is colossal. The Big Show, an hour and a half of the very best in comedy, music, and drama. Tallulah Bankhead is mistress of ceremonies, and your stars for this Sunday's premiere include Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Ethel Merman, Meredith Wilson, Frankie Lane, and many, many more. The Big Show will be heard for an hour and a half every Sunday on NBC, starting this Sunday. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
The old man's face went white when he couldn't find Nick's gun, and I could see a crazy rage coming to a boil. I don't mind telling you that I was scared. And then suddenly there was an explosion that seemed to come from the basement window. Somebody was shooting at us. I pulled Mike down to the floor. For a minute I thought Mike had been hit, but he was only dazed and maybe scared.
They want to get me before I get them.
Who, Mike? Who?
She don't like me, and Mr. Baydell don't like me.
Where does he live?
Next door, in the rooming house.
Well, I'm going to talk to him. Don't leave this room and you'll be all right. Understand me?
Oh, but where's Tilly? I ain't seen Tilly.
The cat'll be all right. You just stay here. On the third floor of the rooming house, I heard accordion music coming from behind one of the closed doors. I knocked on it.
Come in.
I pushed the door open. I stood looking at a guy in his middle 40s wrestling with an old accordion. One look, and I was sure he wasn't the man of distinction. There was a cloudy glass of muscatel sitting on a dirty table at his side. His tongue was a little thick when he spoke.
A music lover, no doubt.
I see that your clothes are soaking wet. Just come in out of the rain, maybe, a few minutes ago.
Do I detect a tone of authority in your voice? Let me guess. Policeman?
No.
Oh, I'm greatly relieved. They frown so on musicians who've slid from concert hall to barroom, from a Steinway to an accordion. Who are you?
I'm Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Ah, yes, the Star. Your paper was kind to me in happier days. I dare say you want an interview, one of those what's become of stories. I'm sorry I can't oblige. I'm composing at the moment.
Look, Mr. Baydell, I have a few questions I'd like answered.
But haven't we all?
Question number 1. Have you, in the past 15 minutes, fired a revolver?
That's simple. No.
Mind if I look around?
Not at all.
What's the use? You could have ditched the gun.
Perhaps you would like to hear my newest work.
I'm more interested in Nick Corby at the moment.
Lucky fellow. To be shot down, destroyed without a moment's warning. No remorse. A shot and one less specimen of misery in the world. You rather think I did it, don't you, Mr. Stone?
From what I'm given to understand, you're a likely candidate.
Poor demented Mikey has been talking to you. You believe him?
I suppose you were composing when he was shot.
I've been rehearsing the answer to that question all evening. I know it so well I could set it to music.
Well, I'll take it straight.
I was with Mrs. Corby when the news came in. In fact, I opened the door for the policeman.
Mrs. Corby will swear to that, I suppose.
Indeed she will. Fine person, Mrs. Corby. Now, Mr. Stone, before you go, perhaps you'd be interested in buying an etude I've recently finished. For $1...
Sell it to the cops. You'll be seeing them pretty soon.
Will you please send one that can play oboe? I've written a variation in A minor for accordion and oboe that goes like this.
I don't know. I seem to have the knack of getting mixed up with offbeat characters. They fascinate me like a stage door fascinates some Johnnies. And I get to know what makes a guy tick, even if it means ducking a couple of bullets. There wasn't much doubt in my mind that either old Mike or Mr. Baydell had helped Corby out of this world. And even though they were interesting characters, they were both dangerous, and it kind of burned me up that the cops hadn't done anything about them. Mrs. Corby wanted protection, and she was entitled to it. So I hopped into a cab and went down to headquarters. Sergeant Kelly was playing four-handed canasta all by himself. Hi.
How about some canasta?
How about a little murder?
On a night like this?
Now, this is an old one. 3 hours ago, Nick Corby.
Oh, him. Boys just finished on him.
You got the report?
Not a written one, but I know all the stuff. Shot through the temple, very close range. He was robbed. Bad spot, that Martin Avenue.
What kind of gun was used?
45. Should have seen that neat, round little hole in his head. Looked like a bomb crater.
Mrs. Corby feels her life is in danger and asks for protection. How come she didn't get it?
Swanson told me about her. She's nuts. Talked about a cat killing her. Then some harmless old guy she wanted pulled. Some old drooler. She's nuts.
Well, she asked for something she's entitled to. And that harmless old man, somebody took a couple of shots at him.
Why didn't somebody tell us?
Well, I'm telling you now. You're going to send some boys down right away? You guys are going to get a blasting from my paper if you don't.
What are you all worked up about?
A guy was killed, that's all, and a couple of nuts with guns are on the loose, that's all.
Our boys questioned them and couldn't see no reason for doing more than they did. Now, be reasonable, Stone.
You going to get someone down there, or do I start writing?
I'll do what I can.
Good.
And, Randy.
Yeah?
If, you're going to start writing, be sure you spell my name with 2 L's.
When I got back to Mike's place in the basement, he was gone. While waiting for him, I rummaged around a bit just to keep busy and see what I could find. I didn't even hear the door open, but then...
You won't find it.
Oh, hello, Mike. What won't I find?
What you looking for? Old Mike knows.
What do you know?
He knows who killed Nick. He knows for sure now.
Who was it?
Mr. Baydell. He done it.
How do you know it was him?
I found the gun in his room. Nick's gun with 3 bullets missing. 1 for Nick and 2 for me. That's how I know.
Let me see it, Mike.
I got it hid good this time.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll give it to the police when they come, won't we?
No. Nick wants me to do it myself.
He wouldn't show me the gun or tell me where he'd hidden it. And the look on his face told me that whatever was left of his brain was concentrating on what he was going to do. I ran next door and back upstairs to warn the musician. He was gone. The landlady told me, try the bar on the corner. The storm had got a new lease on life, and I was glad to close the door of that bar behind me. The place was empty, but for the bartender and my friend with the accordion.
Live one. What'll it be?
A little conversation with Shostakovich over there.
Tell the gentleman I have nothing to discuss with him. He is not a patron of the arts.
You heard him.
Mr. Baydell, you've got to get out of here.
Then tell the man what my terms are for conversation.
You gotta buy him a drink.
Oh, he's had enough.
A small subsidy of 50 cents may buy you a piece of posterity through my compositions.
Yeah, better buy him a drink, mister. He gets stubborn.
All right, then. Make it quick.
Thank you. I will now dedicate to you...
Look, Mr. Baydell, any minute now that door may open and you...
How dare you interrupt me in the middle of a presentation?
Well...
Humor him or you'll get no place.
I'm very sorry. Go ahead. Bartender, keep your eye on that door.
The piece I've selected for you is a bit of American minstrelsy. Two lovers stood on the corner. Above them, the street lamp shone. A shot rang out through the dismal night, and the dead man lay alone.
Oh, that's just great. Now listen to me. Mike found the gun in your room, the one that was used to kill Corby with.
That's why they call him Crazy Mike. His retarded mentality makes his hallucinations so very powerful, and all with no aid from Bacchus, the god of wine.
But don't sell a guy like that short. They kill a lot quicker than the ordinary person.
Listen to that storm. A fine night for death. A fine night for sweet oblivion. Did he show you the gun?
No, but I know he's got it.
And he found it in my room?
Yes.
Sweet, faded traitress. She put it there.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
I'm closing up, boys. Nothing doing tonight. Probably be another power failure before long anyway.
All right, if you're smart, you'll come with me to police headquarters. It'll go a lot easier with you if you don't wait to be picked up.
No, I may be better served this way. Mike is looking for me?
Yeah.
Then I shall walk home slowly, and perhaps on the same corner, under the same streetlight, complexities may become peace, and the struggle ended. Yes, I like it this way.
Look, mister, you're a sick man, a very sick man.
On the contrary, I can't remember when I felt better. Good night, sir.
10 more minutes and I close shop.
I'll stay till then. Good night again, Mr. Stone.
The guy was mad. Didn't I say something about Halloween? Well, I had the two spooks, Crazy Mike and Mr. Baydell. I had the black cat, too. All I needed for the repeat performance was a witch and a broomstick. I got back to Mike's basement rooms, thinking I'd stay with him till the boys from headquarters got there. Mike!
Mike ain't here. Who are you?
Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Oh, Kelly told me he'd be around.
Well, I'm glad you got here. Did you take Mike in?
I couldn't find him. I'm waiting here. Figure he'll show up.
He's got a gun. He's planning to use it.
Kelly's upstairs talking to Mrs. Corby now.
Well, one of you guys better get down to the corner bar and keep your eye on the accordion player named Baydell.
Yeah? Who's he?
That's the guy Mike is going to kill.
I can't leave here. Maybe you better tell Kelly to go after Baydell and you stay with Miss Corby. He'll be plenty happy to get out of there. She's driving him nuts about that black cat.
Have you seen the cat?
No. I heard her meowing outside and went out and looked around, but she was gone.
Kelly let me into Mrs. Corby's room. He was looking pleased with himself.
Hello, Stone.
Oh, you.
Well, we're getting places on this thing, aren't we, Mrs. Corby?
Well...
I convinced her to give me some of the real facts, didn't I? And it comes out that she don't think Crazy Mike done it. Do you, Mrs. Corby?
Mr. Baydell?
How do you know?
Mike found the gun in his room. 3 bullets fired.
Where's the gun?
Mike's got it. He's looking for Baydell to give him the rest of the bullets in the head.
That's not so good. We got a man at Baydell's room waiting for him to come home.
He's at the bar on the corner.
I'll go get him. You stay here with Mrs. Corby.
All right.
Well, Eddie, it looks like your worries are all over.
Now, you promised to take the cat, too.
There we go again with a cat. Okay, we'll take her. I'll be back in a few minutes. Keep the door locked, Stone.
Okay. You didn't tell me about your boyfriend before, Mrs. Corby.
I tried to shield him. I knew they wouldn't do much to old Mike.
Why did he kill him?
Nick made fun of him. And, Mr. Baydell wanted me for himself.
He told me he was with you when the police came to tell you about the shooting.
He'd come in about 2 minutes before they did and made me say it. He came up the fire escape through this window.
Well, it'll be over in a few minutes.
It will if they take the cat away. If they don't, oh. Who's that?
You're doomed, lover. Open up.
Don't let him in.
I've got to. I've got to hold him for the police.
Your persistence would have done you well in the musical field, young man.
You're not doing so bad yourself.
I saw a rather heavy-set gentleman searching for me. You sent him, no doubt?
No doubt, and he'll be back.
And Mike, where's he? He disappointed me keenly. I waited and waited for him on the corner. By the way, has my true love told you all?
Yeah.
Did the sweet, tone-deaf person tell you that she was insanely jealous of her husband's relations with a black cat?
Don't believe it, Mr. Stone.
How come, Baydell? 15 minutes ago, you were ready to let Mike get you. Now you're singing a different tune.
Mike disappointed me. I would gladly have paid on the street corner. But in a stinking jail? No, I'd rather not.
Don't listen to him. He's crazy.
You're wasting your time.
Did the lady tell you that she came in through the fire escape 3 or 4 minutes after the shot was heard?
Well, let it go. I'm not the judge or the jury.
Oh, very well. Then let us sit here and just listen to the story.
I'm frightened.
It's only thunder.
The lights.
The lights are out.
Now cut the hysteria. It's only a power failure. They'll be on in a few minutes.
Oh, quiet, please. The beauty of darkness was never more necessary than now.
What's that?
Probably the police.
Who is it?
Just Mike.
Oh, the cat. Take it away, Mike. Mike, please, take it away.
The lady's rival.
Hi, Mike. Come on, old-timer. Give me that gun.
Stay where you are. Don't move. None of you. I can't see you in the dark, but I'll shoot at the first thing that moves.
The cat. She's looking at me. Oh, Mike, take her away.
Mike, the police are downstairs. They've come to straighten everything out.
Nick didn't call me crazy. Poor old Mike, he can't see in the dark room, but Tilly can. Can't you, Tilly? Tilly will show me where he is so I can shoot him.
Mike, I'm afraid of her. If she touches me...
Don't bother you, Mrs. Corby.
Mike, I'm coming to that window, and you'll give me that gun.
I got a bullet for you, too, if I have to. Stay where you are. Tilly. He was there with Nick when it happened. You can see him. You just walk over to him, Tilly, and I'll see your eyes in the dark. Tilly. Then I'll know where to shoot.
She's coming down.
I watched with a horrible fascination as the cat landed on the floor. She looked around the room carefully, her yellow eyes flashing with hate.
Don't let her touch me. Don't. I can't stand it.
Easy, Mrs. Corby. You'll excite Mike.
No. She's going to spring at me. I can't stand it. Mike, take her away. I did it. I killed him. Isn't that what you want to know? Now take her away. Take her away.
Mike fired straight at Mrs. Corby, but somehow his shot went wild. And then it was all over. Kelly'd been working his way up the fire escape, and he got Mike from behind.
Okay, old-timer. Let me have the gun.
We evened up for him, didn't we, Tilly? We evened up for Nick.
Come on, Pop.
I'm coming. Just a minute now. You listen. Hear that? Tilly's happy now. She's happy now. We got her all right.
She made me do it. That cat. She hated me, and she made me kill him.
The boys took over, and there was nothing left for me to do. Mrs. Corby turned out to be the missing witch in my Halloween ball. She'd taken the shots at Mike and then planted the gun in old Baydell's room. I walked the broken-down musician home. I felt I owed him an apology. I'm sorry about tonight. Everybody makes mistakes, and I picked tonight to make one of mine.
I made a bigger mistake than you did, Mr. Stone.
What was that?
When Mike was at the window, I should have shouted, "Here I am."
But he would have killed you.
Yes. Good night, Mr. Stone.
Good night, sir. Yeah, I've got a talent for getting mixed up with weird characters. 3 out of the 4 were wacky, off their rockers. Old Mike, Mrs. Corby, Baydell, the accordion player. And the 4th character, of course, is me. And you know what? I'm not so sure about him either.
No.
Am I, Tilly girl? I would have sworn that cat said something. Copy, boy.
Night
Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and edited and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's script was written by Lou Rusoff with music by Frank Worth. The part of Mrs. Corby was played by Lorene Tuttle. Mike was Will Gear. Others in tonight's cast were June Foray, Tudor Owen, Ken Christie, Lamont Johnson, and Lou Krugman. Frank Lovejoy will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers adventure drama Breakthrough. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Here is a special listening note for all of you who enjoy following along step by step with Randy Stone as he covers the Night Beat. Starting next Friday, November 10th, Night Beat will be heard exactly 1/2 hour earlier over most of these stations. Next week, in this time period, you'll hear the premiere of a new series starring Monty Woolley as the Magnificent Montague. Remember, next Friday, Night Beat will be heard 1/2 hour earlier. Consult your local papers for the exact time.
Now, stay tuned for Brian Donlevy as a soldier of fortune on Dangerous Assignment on NBC.
Nighttime. Darkness. The hours when ancient mysteries and strange happenings walk the hidden corridors of the earth. Here is he who tells these stories, weird and strange. This is Supernaturally Yours. Tonight's story that is supernaturally yours is called The Cyprian Cat. And so I'm going to be hanged. Hanged for shooting a cat. It's decent of you to come and see me, Harrison, though they tell me it's a hopeless sort of case. I've told them the whole story, but I'll tell it to you again. They don't believe me. I should make up something more plausible. But what's the use? I'd fall down somewhere if I tried to swear to a lie. What I'm going to tell you is the absolute truth. Harrison, I fired one shot, and one shot only. And that was at the cat. As I told them, Meridew and I had been friends since we were boys. Though we drifted apart, we always kept in touch. 2 years ago, he wrote and told me he was getting married, and he was tremendously in love. At first, his letters to me were deliriously happy. Later, he seemed disturbed about his wife's health. She was restless. Town life didn't suit her. They planned to go to an inn out in the country that she liked. Well, last month, Meridew wrote and asked if I could join them for the 3 weeks of my vacation. He was anxious to see me and have me meet Felice and keep her company while he worked on a new dam as a civil engineer. They were in a rather remote spot, Harrison. It sounded restful, and it was so hot in town, I decided to go. The train was crowded, and I found myself in the first-class smoker with 3 other people. An elderly man, a woman with a lot of bags and baskets, and seated next to her, a girl. Yes, it should have been a peaceful journey. Well, Harrison, it wasn't. And that was because of my miserable phobia. I'm one of those unfortunate people who can't stand cats. I mean, knowing a cat's in the same room with me makes me feel like nothing on earth. Makes my skin crawl. Makes me ill. I just can't describe it. With others who feel the way I do about cats, the dislike is usually mutual. But not so with me. Remember this, Harrison. Cats find me fascinating and make a beeline for me all the time. Well, I figured the elderly lady had a cat in one of the baskets, and I tried to get my mind off it by studying the girl opposite me. And she was worth looking at, too. Very slim and dark, with a dead white skin. Her eyes were astonishing, Harrison. I've never seen anything like them. very pale brown, almost amber, set wide apart, and a little slanting. They seemed to have a luminous quality of their own. Does all this sound as if I were attracted? Well, I wasn't. She held no sort of appeal for me. She was unusual, that's all. But though I tried, I couldn't shake off the awful feeling of a cat's presence. And I had to go out into the corridor. Now, I tell you all this, Harrison, to clarify the rest of the story. How I feel about cats. And how I came to buy the revolver. Well, we pulled into the station, and just the girl and I got out. And there was Meridew waiting. The girl was Mrs. Meridew. And now I noticed more about her. What an attractive, low voice she had, and how her movements were lithe and graceful. And I understood, though I didn't share Meridew's infatuation. Well, he said the place suited him wonderfully. Felice had a new lease on life, and that he felt fit. But Harrison, I thought he looked tired and tense. And the inn was fine. A low casement opening on the garden. I was tired and turned in early. But I couldn't sleep. I was restless. It was hot. I went to the window for a breath of air and to admire the moon-drenched garden. And then I saw them. The cats. Rolling and twisting and jumping in shadows like some kind of weird ritual dance in the moonlight, and then sneaking so silently away. Silently. The way cats do. I went back to bed sleepless, my nerves on edge. And as I lay there, I began to hear something. A muffled rustling noise that seemed to come from the ivy that ran along my window. Nearer and nearer and nearer, till it landed with a soft thud on the sill. A great Cyprian cat. Harrison, I've never seen such a monster. One of those striped gray and black cats they call Cypress or Cyprian. There it stood, its head cocked, staring into the room at me. I couldn't stand it. I chased it and it went off without a sound. And finally I slept. Well, the next day, Harrison, we drove out to see the dam. And it was then I saw that Felice still wasn't cured of her nervousness. It seems we had to cross some planks laid over a stream. It was neither wide nor dangerous, but Felice refused to cross it. When Meridew tried to insist, she became hysterical. Well, we finally calmed her and said she could wait for us. That was all. But it's strange, wasn't it? Her morbid fear of running water. So there are two of us now with our own phobias. As for me, it would have been perfect at Little Hexham if every night the garden hadn't been haunted by the cat. Well, Harrison, as I've said before, my relations with Felice were perfectly ordinary. Meridew was out all day, and I spent a good deal of time in her company. But I liked her, that's all. She was not talkative. She would sit or lie for hours in the sunshine, hardly speaking, only stretching her body out to the light and heat. And sometimes she would spend a whole afternoon lazily toying with a twig or a pebble. And yet, somehow, to me, she was not a restful person. It's peculiar, but true. Oh, yes, Harrison, about the revolver. I bought that at Kingston. We drove there one day, and browsing in a second-hand shop, I saw this small revolver. They're anxious to make a sale, made no bones about a license. But when I casually said I meant to take a pot shot at a couple of cats, he seemed to all at once wake up. And he asked where I was staying, and I told him Little Hexham. I remember he said, "You best be careful, sir. They think a heap of their cats there, and they say it's unlucky to kill them." And then he mumbled something about A silver bullet. Yes, to that I swear, Harrison, a silver bullet. Well, that night the thunder came, and we were all in a state of nerves. Meridew was sullen. Felice was wrought up to a queer kind of excitement. And I had the feeling the house was full of cats. Well, I went up to my room and I opened my window for a breath of air. It was pitch dark, and as I stood there, Harrison, as I stood there, I got that foul sensation of sickness. The flesh crawled on my bones, and I knew that one of them was slinking close to me in the dark. I turned, and there she was. The great Cyprian on the sill. Her eyes gleaming like green lights. I yelled and struck, and she snarled, and she leaped out. And all at once, the storm broke, thundering and lightning. And I became aware then of a wild pounding at my door. It was Meridew, terrified and sobbing, "It's Felice. She's ill. I can't wake her. You've got to help me." Well, Harrison, we ran to their room, and there in bed lay Felice, with only a sheet upon her. She was stretched flat on her back, her long black hair on her shoulders, her face waxen and shrunk, like the face of a corpse. And her flesh was cold. She seemed as if she were drugged. It was like handling a dead woman. And then we became aware of something outside the window. A stealthy scraping on the pane. And on the sill, the Cyprian cat sat and clawed at the window. Her drenched fur clung to her body, her eyes glaring, her mouth open in a howl. Well, Harrison, she scratched the glass as though possessed. I cursed her and turned away. She set up an incessant, weird, despairing wail. As if she had to get into that room. Well, Meridew went for a doctor, and I kept trying to revive Felice. Then I remembered I had a small brandy flask in my room. As I ran to get it, the cat suddenly stopped howling. In my room, I rummaged for the flask in the dark, and I heard a loud, triumphant mew, and turned to see the Cyprian cat on my sill. It sprang in, flew past me, and out the door. Well, Harrison, I found the flask and rushed back, just as Meridew came running up the stairs. As we entered, Felice stirred, sat up, Harrison, and asked us what was the matter. I was too stunned to speak. Well, the next day, none of us mentioned the previous night. Felice was in the best of spirits. We were all on good terms. Ask Meridew. There was nothing to suspect. Nothing. And now, Harrison, the rest I'll never understand. That night, we all turned in early. It was a moonlit night. For once, no mewing came to trouble me. I didn't even bother to shut the door or window. I put the revolver on my bed. Yes, it was loaded. I only meant to go at the cats if they started up again. And then, about midnight, I heard what I'd been half expecting. That stealthy creeping in the ivy. And that faint meowing. I reached for the revolver. The big cat sprang up on the ledge. I aimed and fired. And the beast let out one horrible screech and sprang into the room. The shot had sounded terrific in the silent house. And Harrison, somewhere I heard a distant voice cry out. I jumped up and pursued the cat, holding my revolver with some idea of finishing it off. And then at the door of Meridew's room, I saw Felice. She stood with one hand on each doorpost, swaying. Then she fell down at my feet. Her chest was all stained with blood. And as I stood paralyzed, staring at her, clutching the revolver, Meridew came out and found us. Like that. I can't help it if others at the inn say they never saw the Cyprian cat. Meridew did. Harrison, I can't help it if the trail of blood led from my room to hers. I know it was the cat I shot. Search the house, Harrison. Pull it to pieces. Find the Cyprian cat. And you'll find my bullet.
The book is closed. The story over. And so, until next time we meet in the hours of darkness, ghoulies and ghosties and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night, may heaven deliver us. We remain supernaturally yours.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Scat! The world's divided into two kinds of people, ailurophobes and ailurophiles, cat haters and cat lovers. There's no in-between. The man is yet to be born who can take cats or leave them alone. Either you love them or you hate them. I hate them. And even if you're a sweet old lady who lives all alone with 13 pussies, I'm sure you won't think too ill of me when you hear what the king of the cats did to me. Scat, you black fiend!
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind, presents The King of the Cats by Stephen Vincent Benet, adapted for radio and directed and produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson.
If I hadn't been so young, I suppose I could have taken it in stride. Of course, I didn't think I was young. I was 2 years out of Yale, and I thought I knew all the answers. Certainly, I knew I was in love. They say the most beautiful women in the world are Eurasian, and they're right. Vivranka's skin was like golden velvet, her long straight hair ebony in the moonlight, and her eyes blue as a field of larkspur, fathomless as the center of heaven. Her mother had been an American missionary, her father Siamese, and undoubtedly a prince, my Aunt Emily insisted. Ordinarily, Aunt Emily wouldn't have approved of Vivranka, but this was the year that the King and I was a sellout at the St. James Theater, so a hostess who could decorate her dinner table with a breathlessly beautiful Siamese princess was definitely a hostess with a mostess. At least Aunt Emily always addressed her as Princess, and Vivranka always replied to the title.
My dear Princess, how sweet of you to drop in. And tell me how nice you would get away from the office early. Lemon or cream, Princess?
Neither, Mrs. Culverin. And no sugar.
Oh, of course, my dear. How stupid of me to forget. Here you are.
Thank you.
Tommy?
I'll get myself a highball, if you don't mind.
No, dear, go right ahead. I believe you know everyone, Princess. Mrs. Dandridge.
Yes, of
Mrs.
course.
Stanford. Professor Fairweather.
Yes, indeed.
Mrs. Dandridge has been telling us about the most fascinating man, my dear. A symphony conductor with a tail.
A tail? How interesting.
I still can't believe it.
I saw it myself. Twice. First in Paris, and then again at the Teatro Royale in Rome. He conducted the Beethoven Pastoral, and, my dear, you've never heard such effects from an orchestra. You see, he conducted with it.
With his tail? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And such a charming person. So urbane, so utterly fascinating.
I should imagine. I would love to meet him.
And you shall, my dear. I'll see to it when he arrives.
Oh, he's coming over?
Yes. Yes, the new symphony people have invited him to be guest conductor for 3 concerts. He'll be very busy, of course, but he's promised to give me what time he can spare.
Oh, that's sweet of you, dear, but you mustn't wear yourself out. The rest of us must do our part, too. I'll be only too glad to help entertain him.
Oh, now, that won't be necessary. I'm just going to give Monsieur Thibault... Sweet name, isn't it? Felix Thibault. I'm just going to show him the simplest of times. A little reception for 100 or so after his first concert. Perhaps he hates large mixed parties on account of his little idiosyncrasy. It makes him feel a trifle shy of strangers.
I should think it would, to say nothing of his friends and acquaintances. Vivranka, my dear, how would you like to go out night clubbing with a jerk with a tail?
It might be interesting.
Huh?
He is not a jerk, Tommy. He is one of the finest conductors in Europe.
Sounds to me like he's the smartest showman since P.T. Barnum. What do you think, Professor?
Well, I shall be interested to see this Monsieur Thibault myself. In the Middle Ages, there was a widespread belief in homo caudatus, or men with tails, but I know of no authenticated case. Of course, we all have tails, in a manner of speaking.
What?
Oh, vestigial, of course. But the last few vertebrae of anyone's spine, the coccyx, is the evidence of a concealed and rudimentary tail. I dare say it might be possible in an extraordinary case that a throwback, a reversion to type...
How fascinating! I never realized that Well, I think it'd be fun to get together a box for the first concert, all of us.
Oh, well, I'm afraid I shall have my own box party. But, of course, you'll come on to the reception later at my place.
Why, thank you, my dear. Then there'll be the professor and the princess and Tommy.
Count us out, Aunt Emily. When Vivranka and I want to see freaks, we'll go to the circus.
I shall be very pleased to attend the concert, Mrs. Culverin.
Ah, splendid, my dear.
But Vivranka...
Is there anyone you'd like me to ask to replace Tommy?
But Aunt Emily...
It doesn't make any difference. I'm only interested in meeting this wonderful Monsieur Felix Thibault.
But Vivranka... I went to the concert. What else could I do? We took our seats in the box as the orchestra took theirs on stage and began their aimless squeakings and tootings, those caterwaulings which I must confess make about as much sense to me as the music that follows. Aunt Emily was in a dither of fluttery expectation. Professor Fairweather had lost much of his scientific detachment, and Vivranka, gorgeous Vivranka, sat beside me silent, but so tense I could almost feel her breathless expectation, and I didn't like it at all. And then Monsieur Thibault walked on stage, a lithe, dark-haired man with piercing eyes like a black panther, his head weaving the way the big cats do when they're behind bars. It was true. They hadn't lied. From beneath the tails of his dress coat curled a third, a living tail, which he carried nonchalantly draped over his wrist. He acknowledged the presence of the audience with a regal bow. And then that incredible tail twined with dainty carelessness around a black baton on the podium. While he remained facing the audience, the tail rapped 3 times upon the podium for the orchestra's attention, and then raised for the downbeat. At this horrible moment, I glanced at Vivranka. Her whole body was rigid as steel, and the blue flowers of her eyes were bent upon Monsieur Thibault in terrible concentration. She took my hand in hers, and her long red fingernails felt like a claw as the hideous tail of that monster on stage lashed into the downbeat of Night on Bald Mountain. Never before had a new symphony orchestra played so superbly. And certainly never had it been led with such a genius. Freak, showman, poseur, whatever else Monsieur Thibault might have been, he was certainly a great conductor. No man's hands and arms, no matter how dexterous or eloquent, ever equaled the delicate elan and powerful grace of Monsieur Thibault's tail. A sable staff, it dominated the brasses like a flicker of black lightning. An ebon and elusive whip, it drew the last exquisite breath of melody from the woodwinds and ruled the stormy strings like a magician's wand. Away it went through the Bach Passacaglia, through the Afternoon of a Faun, through the Beethoven Ninth. New York music lovers had never heard anything like it before, and New York music lovers never behaved quite like this before. As Monsieur Thibault finally glided from the stage after his 15th bow, the president of the Wednesday Sonata Club had to be forcibly restrained by her husband from flinging her $90,000 string of pearls after the maestro in an excess of aesthetic appreciation. And as we shouldered our way through the hysterical mob toward the waiting limousines, I distinctly heard Ludwig Willems, conductor of the mid-century Philharmonic, say to Dr. Friedrich Laskar, the great plastic surgeon.
But it must be possible, Doctor. Think of the miracles they have accomplished in Denmark. There's $10,000 in it for you, Doctor, if only you can find a way to graft the tail onto me.
But through all the hysteria, Vivranka remained silent, self-possessed, her azure eyes fathomless as the center of heaven. She was silent as we drove to Mrs. Dandridge's party in Aunt Emily's limousine. But this was not too remarkable, because Aunt Emily never stopped raving about Monsieur Thibault.
But aside from the heavenly music, my dears, the man himself, such elegance, such poise, such... I tell you, Tommy, if your Uncle Henry weren't still around, and I was a few years younger, well, tail and all.
Our hostess, Mrs. Dandridge, looked like the cat who had swallowed the canary, having trapped the social lion of the season, if I may be permitted to scramble a metaphor. Let Aunt Emily have her Siamese princess. Dolly Dandridge had the world's greatest conductor, complete with tail.
And this, dear Monsieur Thibault, is my dearest friend. Emily, may I present Monsieur Thibault? Monsieur Thibault, Mrs. Henry Culverine.
Enchanté, Madame Culverine.
Oh, Monsieur Thibault, it is an honor to meet you. I am overcome.
Yes, thank you much, Madame.
I feel I should be on bended knee.
It is not necessary.
Oh, I should kiss your hand.
You are too kind. No.
Oh, I must.
No, please, Madame.
He stopped trying to stop Aunt Emily from making a fool of herself. He had seen Vivranka. The end of his tail, just the very end, twitched turgidly, and he seemed to be at her side in a bound rather than a step. It was foolish and superfluous for Mrs. Dandridge to do the honors.
Princess, may I present Monsieur Thibault? Monsieur, Princess Vivranka. Maestro.
Princess.
They exchanged no more words. Monsieur Thibault presented his arm to the princess. She linked hers and his, and his infernal tail switched from his right arm to his left to come to rest across Vivranka's wrist. Thus, like royalty, they made their way across the room, the guests parting to make a path for their regal progress.
Now, Tommy, you mustn't take it so hard. After all, the princess is an awfully sweet child, but she isn't exactly our kind.
And I suppose she's his.
She seems to be. Look at them. So darlingly foreign, both of them.
Yeah, aren't they? Out of this world. And they were. I didn't realize it until I'd said it. They were somehow out of this world. They didn't walk across the room. They glided. The tail-coated maestro with his third tail so insidiously ubiquitous, and the princess's hips swaying in the golden-threaded silken sheath of her skirt. A bas-relief from Angkor Wat, suddenly breathing life. She never left his side for the rest of the evening. I didn't like it. I didn't like it a bit. But there was nothing I could do about it. After all, one can't very well make a scene, especially with a guest of honor. But Professor Fairweather, detached man of science, was bound by no such restrictive codes.
Extraordinary. Simply extraordinary.
I think it stinks.
What? How's that, Tommy? What stinks?
The way Vivranka's acting.
Oh, nothing extraordinary about that. Her behavior's quite normal, I should say. Oh, it's the tail that's extraordinary.
Yeah. Where'd he be without it?
Where indeed, and what?
Just another foreigner with a kiss-your-hand, madame accent. They're a dime a dozen.
Yes, the tailless ones. Uh-oh, the princess has joined the other ladies for a moment. It's my opportunity.
For what?
A word with Monsieur Thibault.
I'd like several words with him.
Monsieur Thibault. Monsieur Thibault.
Professor Fairweather.
Yes. May I speak to you a moment?
But of course.
You know Tommy Calvin, I believe?
I don't think I've had the pleasure. You are the lovely Mrs. Calverin's son?
No, her nephew.
How interesting.
And Princess Vivranka's friend. We're practically engaged.
Congratulations.
I thought you ought to know.
Indeed, yes. I am honored by your confidence. Now, Professor.
Yes, Monsieur Thibault, I speak to you as a man of science.
Yes?
A true specimen of Homo caudatus has been unknown to modern science until now.
Homo caudatus?
Yes, a man with a tail.
What?
Come now, Professor, it's nothing to be sensitive about. My interest is purely impersonal.
Your interest?
Yes, purely scientific. It wouldn't take much of your time, a morning or an afternoon, perhaps, no more.
What would not take much time?
An examination and measurements, x-rays and...
An examination? Measurement of what?
Your tail.
Done for the blocco gun,
Monsieur Thibault,
Monsieur Thibault's tail lashed stingingly across the professor's face, cutting off his last words. Then the conductor turned and stalked out of the room, growling and spitting in his anger. Without even bothering to retrieve his hat and coat, he kept right on through the foyer and on out into the chilly night.
Oh, dear.
Wonderful, Professor. Wonderful. I can't thank you enough.
Oh, for what, Tommy?
For getting rid of him.
But I wasn't trying to get rid of him.
I know, but you did. And that's all that counts. Only he didn't. Aunt Emily realized at once that Mrs. Dandridge had lost her catch. For certainly Monsieur Thibault would never again enter the house where he had been insulted. And Aunt Emily moved with the speed of an aggressor nation. Within 3 days, Monsieur Thibault had accepted her invitation to be a house guest and had moved in bag and baggage. Now there was no escaping my tailed nemesis. And now it took no urging upon Vivranka to visit Aunt Emily. She wanted to be there. She preferred being there to any entertainment I could offer her. But there was one ray of hope. Thibault was committed to a long concert tour all the way to the coast. And with him out of the way, I felt sure I could mend the fences he had torn down. The day before the farewell dinner Aunt Emily was giving him, I dropped by after work to find my aunt in more than her usual dither.
Oh, Tommy, isn't it just too exciting?
I don't know, Aunt Emily, until I find out what it is.
Why, Monsieur Thibault and the princess, of course.
What about them?
They're in love.
This scarcely strikes me as news.
And they're going to be married.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, I'm going to make the announcement at the dinner party tomorrow night.
Aunt Emily, how can you do this to me?
Well, I didn't do it to you. Anyway, you must face this like a man. You know, you must find some nice homey girl like that Gretchen Woolwine from Chicago. You used to like her.
I was younger than Aunt Emily. And that was before I knew Vivranka.
Well, my dear, I'm afraid you've lost your princess. C'est la vie, c'est l'amour, as I always say.
Where is Vivranka? Is she here?
Oh, my, yes, she's in the library with Monsieur Thibault.
Naturally.
Now, don't disturb them, dear. I'm sure they want to be alone.
Naturally. The hard knot in the pit of my stomach grew and grew. Finally, when Aunt Emily chattered off to change for dinner, I slipped down the hall toward the library. I couldn't hear voices, and the room was dark. I was about to flick on the light switch when I heard a strange sound. And then I saw them silhouetted in the dying light of a fire. Thibault was seated in a chair, and Vivranka crouched on a stool at his side, while his hand softly, smoothly stroked her dark hair. And all I could think of was black cat and Siamese kitten. And then I realized what the sound was. They weren't talking to each other. No, they were purring to each other. But, Professor Fairweather, what am I going to do?
Now, Tommy, you must get hold of yourself. This whole thing has disturbed you to the point of hallucination.
Nonsense, Professor. I heard them. I tell you, I heard them purring.
Fantasy, sheer fantasy. Just because the man does have a tail, you're imagining...
I'm positive he's a cat.
And you cannot stand the thought of Vivranka marrying...
I can't stand the thought of her marrying anyone. But a cat? It's monstrous. What am I going to do, Professor?
Well, you might have the SPCA pick him up.
Oh, please, Professor.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tommy. I know you're serious. Wait a minute. I just thought of something. Oh, no, it's too ridiculous.
What? Tell me, what?
Tommy, you're a bad influence. You're leading my reason from the narrow path of scientific method to the doubtful fields of the supernatural.
What are you talking about?
Well, I was thinking of a story I read once. Oh, it's turned up in one form or another in the folklore of every land on Earth, I suppose. It has to do with a traveler who saw within a ruined abbey a procession of cats lowering into a grave a little coffin with a tiny crown on it. Oh, filled with horror, the traveler hastened away from the place, and when he reached his destination, he couldn't help telling his host of the strange ritual he had seen. Well, scarcely had he finished when the host's cat, who'd been lying in front of the fire, leapt to its feet and cried out, "Then I am king of the cats," and disappeared in a flash up the chimney.
So?
Well, proceeding upon your premise that Monsieur Thibault is a cat, you will grant that he's a very extraordinary cat, a cat who could, presumably, one day be king of the cats?
Of course. Of course. Yes, it might work. I'll pull it on him tomorrow night at Aunt Emily's dinner party. Only...
Only what?
Well, he won't buy that ruined abbey part.
Well, then use your imagination. Make it Central Park.
Sure, why not? Bring the story up to date. A funny thing happened today on my way up from the office. Aunt Emily outdid herself. Her dinner table was a poem of spring flowers, gold plate, the purest white linen, the candles fluttering ever so little in the warm night breeze that came through the open French doors. Time and again through the first 3 courses, I tried to get into the stream of conversation, but when Aunt Emily's on, this is practically impossible. Thibault and Vivronka, seated on either side of her, were oblivious of everything. They ate little and never took their eyes off each other. Finally, the plates were being taken away, and I knew Aunt Emily was going to make her announcement during the dessert course. I just had to get my 2 cents worth in first.
You'll never forget that summer. Eden Rock was never gayer. And after the Duke and the Duchess arrived, well...
A funny thing happened on my way up from the office this evening.
I was about to tell...
A funny thing happened on my way up from the office this evening. I was taking a shortcut across Central Park when I came upon the darndest thing. In a little clump of bushes, I saw a procession of cats. 6 or 8 of them. And they were carrying a little coffin toward a tiny open grave. And on the coffin was an exquisite little golden crown. Now, isn't that the strangest thing? Silence. The guests looked at me as though I were quite mad. That is, all except Thibault and Vivronka. Thibault looked at me, the end of his tail flicking above the edge of the table, and Vivronka looked at Thibault, the way she had that night at the concert, tense, breathless, her eyes blue flame. At last, Aunt Emily spoke.
Well, Tommy, are you quite finished?
Yes, Aunt Emily, that's all I had to say.
I should hope so. Well, that summer, when the Duke and Duchess...
Excuse me, Mrs. Calverine.
Oh, of course, Maestro.
Tommy, you are quite positive of what you saw this evening?
Oh, yes. Yes, you don't go around making up things like that.
No, of course not. Yet one must be sure of the details. Now, there was a crown on the coffin, you say?
That's right.
A golden crown?
Yes.
With tiny pearls on it?
That's right.
You're absolutely sure?
Absolutely.
Then I am king of the cats!
He leapt to his feet from his chair to the table and in one bound disappeared through the open French window. And an instant later, Vivronka followed. As she disappeared from the balcony to the alley below, I caught just a glimpse of something protruding beneath her silken-sheathed skirt. It was a black-tipped, golden tail. And that's why I have become an ailurophobe, a cat-hater. So's my wife, Gretchen. We were married shortly afterwards. But then Gretchen never did like cats in the first place, especially Siamese cats.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented The King of the Cats by Stephen Vincent Benet, with Byron Kane as Tommy, music arranged and conducted by Amerigo Marino. Included in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Helen Cleve, Peggy Weber, Joe Kearns, and Jay Novello. Next week, from New York, the Workshop will present a psychological study of the do-it-yourself movement, The Day the Roof Fell In, by Charles S. Monroe. Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, follows over most of these stations with the chilling story of the man who stole the Bible. For a half hour of breathless terror, stay tuned to this frequency. You won't regret it.